The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Justice Chris McCool. He serves on the Alabama Supreme Court and is pastor of Zion Primitive Baptist Church in the Zion community and is the guest of the Speaker's office. Chris, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. If you would, bow with me, please. Almighty God, we come to you today, Lord, with thankful hearts, Lord. We thank you for watching out over us every day. Lord, as we stand here in the well of this august body, which conducts the business, the highest business of this state, Lord, we're thankful for the fact that we live in a free country. We're thankful for this organization here, this body that is elected freely, Lord, and that we get to have a say in our government. Lord, I pray your blessings upon each member. I pray your blessings upon the speaker, upon all the staff, upon all those who serve in a way that we pray would be pleasing unto you. And Lord, we know as we come before you, even as we stand here in the highest place of government in this state, that we're coming before one who is higher, one who is the King of kings and the Lord of lords, the potentate of all potentates. And Lord, even as great as you are, you look down upon us, and that's what we ask that you do today. Lord, be with those that are hurting throughout our state from these recent storms. Thank you for your protections. And Lord, just go with this body now as they deliberate, as they talk, as they discuss, and as they vote, and help them to have the wisdom that they need to do the things that would be good for our state, but most of all, pleasing unto thee. Thank you most of all for your son, Jesus, and his finished work on the cross. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Naya Fanning of Lafayette. She is in the 9th grade and attends the Alabama School of the Deaf. Also, William Burgess of Altoona. He is a 10th grader and attends Alabama School of the Blind. George Meyer of East Boga. He is a 15th grader and attends Helen Keller School of Alabama. Let's give these children a big hand for being with us today. We sure are. We sure are proud of them and what they're doing for our state.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Finch, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stothagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Sixty members of Ashford Roll Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asking for a moment of special privilege. That's what I want to speak to. And what I want to speak to today has been declared by Democrats across the country as a day of action where we learn to speak up on behalf of our constituents, to let our constituents know that we're here for them. And in that vein, what I encourage all of the members of this body is to understand that some of the actions that are being taken place in Washington is going to have a profound effect on the state of Alabama when our neighbors, our church members, our family members are losing their jobs. When they lose their jobs, that means that those that own homes, that's less property tax coming to the state of Alabama. You losing monies from people being able to spend sales tax in the state of Alabama. So I encourage us to understand that some of those actions being taken place are just illegal. For instance, with Social Security and Medicare, there's a target on both of those agencies. Social Security and Medicare are funds that we pay into all of our working life. And for those of you who are talking, I would appreciate if you listen to that Social Security are funds that we pay into the government every day that we worked. Medicare also is a fund that we pay into every day. And for someone that was not elected by the people to attack either Social Security or Medicaid is purely illegal. And I think it's incumbent upon us as representatives of the state of Alabama, and those of you that know representatives that's in other states, for us to speak up for our constituents, our family members, our church members, our friends. But as always, we on the state level fail to unite to protect our family members. And I just want you to take away from this. Social Security, we pay into it. That's why it's an entitlement. Medicare, we pay into Medicare. That's why it is an entitlement. Neither of those programs are giveaway programs. Every day you go to work, every day you get a paycheck, you have given a portion of your paycheck to Medicare and to Social Security. And I just encourage all of us as state representatives of the state of Alabama to stand up and fight against.
And the lady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Vann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the floor privileges be granted to the coaches and members of the 2024-25 6A high school football state champions, the A.H. Parker High School football team from Birmingham, Alabama.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privilege is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is you right here. Mr. Speaker, they look like they can beat somebody, don't they?
Yes, they do. I think I'd go into coaching if I had this group.
That being said, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present to members of this esteemed House of Representatives the A.H. Parker High School men's, boys 6A state champions for the school year 2024. I'm honored to have this opportunity along with Representative Travis Hendricks. I share a split as a feeder pattern with this school, a very historic school in nature. Established in 1900, Arthur Harold Parker was the esteemed principal that today the school is named after. I am standing here with the principal, Mr. Darrell Hudson, one of Birmingham's finest principals, as well as Coach Warren. But as I allow them 2 seconds with the permission of the speaker to speak and one of the students, I am reminded that every now and then there's a bet. And so I had to make sure, because I was told to say this, Mr. Speaker, that they beat Saraland in the championship on December 6th, 28-7. And I think Representative Bracy has to wear, or he's been told that he has to wear, a purple A.H. Parker High School shirt. And with that being said, now that Representative Hendricks is in here, with the permission of the speaker, and he will close out, if Mr. Hudson will just greet us, and then the coach and what this win means to you all being here in the state of Alabama. Thank you.
To Speaker Ledbetter, Representative Gavan, along with all of the Jefferson County delegation and all of the House of Representatives, is indeed an honor and privilege to stand here before you with these young men who made history. We've been in existence for 125 years, and we've never won a football championship. And I am extremely, extremely proud of them for their hard work and efforts. And out of the 81 players we have, 23 have a cumulative GPA of 3.5. So they're not only do they perform on the field, but they are the epitome of what a scholar athlete should be, and they perform in the classroom as well. So once again, I serve as the 10th principal of the historic A.H. Parker High School, and I'm extremely proud of each and every one of the young men that are here on the floor, as well as we have several up in the gallery. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm blessed and honored to be here representing the city of Birmingham at Parker High School, the House of Representatives. As a kid growing up, reading about the House of Representatives and actually being here is an honor. And I want to thank God for putting me in a position, Mr. Hudson, the athletic director. And, you know, it's special. We here, and these kids did a great job. I'm glad they're getting the recognition that they're getting now. And I really appreciate y'all for inviting us here. What's the word?
Heard.
Good afternoon. I just want to say it's a great accomplishment that me and my teammates have to be on this stage. My bad. Let me restart. Good afternoon. I just want to thank my teammates for this accomplishment that we have had, to be the first in 125 years to do something on a stage like this. It's not every day that you see a team out of Birmingham getting this type of recognition. I just want to say thank y'all for all the hard work that we put in, and thank you for the coaches and the staff that we have for leading us in the right direction.
And now our esteemed speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're about to close out, but you cannot address them until you got to follow me on this. What's the word? That's your cue.
Thunder and Herd.
No, you're supposed to say, what's the word?
Oh, what's the word? There you go. I had that backwards, didn't I? That's why I don't coach.
Oh, Lord.
We've been running our plays backwards.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, let me say this to the team and to the coaches and the ones in the gallery. Let me tell you how proud we are of you as student athletes. It takes an extra effort to do what you do. You know, the hard work and dedication that you put in to achieve what you've achieved will carry you on through life. Not only do you become successful by doing that, and you've seen that firsthand, if you carry it on through life with that kind of dedication and hard work, you will be successful in life. So thank you for what you've done. Congratulations on a great honor. And I thought Hendricks, when he walked in, he was the tailback, but I could tell after the rest of you here, he ain't gonna be on this team. So anyway, thank you guys for being with you, and
do
thank you
have
for
a
what you do for our
resolution,
state.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm assuming Clay will read it, but before we close out, I've got to do this so I can stay in the house. There's a person in here who said we have to bring Parker here regardless, and that is Dion Whetstone, our photographer, videographer, a 1990 graduate of A.H. Parker High School.
Whereas highest congratulations are hereby proudly presented to the A.H. Parker High School varsity football team for winning the Alabama High School Athletic Association Class 6A state championship title on December 6, 2024 at Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama. And whereas for the first time in the school's storied 125-year history, the Thundering Herd football program is now known by a new title, State Champions. And they did it through teamwork, diligence, and a commitment to excellence. The A.H. Parker High School football team gave an incredible performance and defeated Saraland High School 28-17. And whereas the A.H. Parker High School varsity football team's outstanding season was accomplished under the expert coaching and guidance provided by head coach Frank Warren, now therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the Arthur Harold Parker High School varsity football team is hereby commended and congratulated on their outstanding victory in the AHSAA 2024 Class 6A State Championship.
Come right here in the middle.
So what's the word?
Thunder Herd. You supposed to say it.
I got it right then.
What's the word? Thunder and Herd. What's the word?
Thunder and Herd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. Chair further recognizes Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
Clerk,
Now-
please report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 13th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 13th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we got announcements. Might want to pay attention. All right. Today is Peanut Producers Association Day in the Capitol. The Alabama Institute for Deaf and Blind legislative breakfast was this morning. The Alabama Association of Regulatory Boards legislative reception is from 5 to 7:30 at Jerry's Juke Joint at 108 Bibb Street. And the Alabama Hospital Association legislative reception is from 5 to 7 this evening at RSA Plaza.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork and reconvene on Wednesday, March the 19th at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports for standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 105 by Representative Warren, commending pioneer civil rights attorney Fred D. Gray for professional achievements and accomplishments. House Joint Resolution number 118 by Representative Stringer, commending Dolores Bagsby for her work with the Mobile Judicial Commission. House Joint Resolution number 120 by Representative Reynolds, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Larry Horace Barnett. Senate Joint Resolution number 35 by Senator Gavan, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Jesse P. Evans III. Senate Joint Resolution number 33 by Senator Wagner, commending Alabama's 2024 export sales and recognizing Alabama's international trade and export professionals, trade partnerships, and Alabama businesses that export their products. Senate Joint Resolution number 37 by Senator Beasley, commending pioneer civil rights attorney Fred D. Gray for professional achievements and accomplishments.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 100 by Representative Collins, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on expanding access to high-quality out-of-school education programs.
Chair Lady Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this resolution, we have one amendment, please. We had a group, Council on Leaders in Alabama Schools class wanted to be a part of that commission to study after school, and so we'd like to add them to it. That's what the amendment is, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, there, heard the explanation of the amendment. All okay, I have a light. Let me get the light. Let me get to it first, Mr. Clerk. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady here,
Yes,
what are we doing?
we're adding class to the list of people that would participate in a study on it's an interim commission that will study the quality of after-school programs and of summertime programs.
So you're on the resolution. This
Yes,
is
the resolution.
the resolution. So
And we're just adding class. Would you like to hear the whole thing?
I think so. You know, one, it's a resolution.
It is.
I haven't seen any because I just try not
to disrupt too much. So if that's possible, I'm interested in making sure that our after-school programs certainly are ones that's going to benefit our children. So especially if we're getting state dollars.
Yes.
And so does that include or determine after you get the report, where does the report go?
We're one of the groups that the report goes to. The governor, the lieutenant governor, legislature, both of the budget chairs, I believe. I believe that's who the report goes to.
I think the word I was looking for, then from that report, does it provide an opportunity for who would determine after you've done that? The report goes out and it says this is a good after-school program, not so good. Does that also have an impact on the type of funding? Is that indicated in the resolution as well?
It does not. It just simply says it would give us some information pursuant to this, and they're going to surprise. They'll also provide it to the Secretary of State, so it's available to everyone and each authority that's represented. The amendment also, besides adding class, actually says that additional members may be added by majority vote. So once they have a group, if there's someone else that needs to be included, they will be able to include them.
And who makes up this study group?
It's the group that represent education. It's under Department of Early Childhood, but it's, let me get to the very start of the list. State Superintendent of Education. Well, the governor, lieutenant governor, Senate, and pro tem and speaker have one. One by the House, appointed by the speaker, but from the minority leader's recommendation, and one in the Senate the same. The Superintendent of Education, the DHR, Early Childhood, Secretary of Workforce, State Department of Mental Health, Department of Youth Services, Director of Commission on Evaluation Services. I mean, it goes on. Several people are on there. School boards were on there. Superintendents were on there. Inadvertently, I did not include class and principals.
So when you include class, are you including that to make sure teacher is on there? Because I didn't hear that.
Teachers are on there.
Okay.
They were already on there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you.
Move for adoption.
All in favor of adoption say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted as amended. Mr. Clerk?
House Resolution number 121 by Representative Ledbetter, recognizing July 26, 2025 as Officiate Alabama Day.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 299 by Representative Easterbrook, relating to Choctaw County.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. Four yeas, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 299. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 299 has passed. Let's call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 300 by Representative Easterbrook, relating to Choctaw County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 300. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 9 ayes, 0 nays. HB 300 has passed. Clerk, call up next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 325 with substitute by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Yarborough, you mind to come up and explain your substitute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the substitute was just some language that forestry wanted in there in regard to exempting some forestry land and making sure there was proper liability for the firefighters. That's all it was.
Very good. You heard the explanation. Question for the body is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 26 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 325 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 4 ayes, 0 nays. HB 325 has passed. Ms. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 343 by Representative Carnes relating to Jefferson County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 343. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 20 ayes, 0 nays. HB 343 has passed. Before we get so stacked up, I got several announcements of people that wants to be recognized. Our members want to be recognized in the audience. We have the UAB second year optometry students. Guest of Dr. Mark Shirey, our representative. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us. Also, we've got Robertsdale High School junior executive, Mayor Charles Murphy. Guest of Donna Givens, Matt Simpson, Jennifer Fiddler, Francis Holt Jones, Brent Easterbrook, and Shane Stringer. Thank you for being with us. And from Decatur, Alabama, City Council President Jacob Ladner, the guest of Parker Moore, Terry Collins, and Ernie Yarborough. Thank you for being with us today as well. Also from Dadeville, we have the Dadeville Kiwanis Club, guest of our own chief and Representative Oliver. Also from Hoover, the Hoover Service Club, the guest of the Hoover delegation. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all all for being with us in the House of Representatives today. Ms. Clerk, let's call up the next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 345 by Representative Treadaway relating to Jefferson County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 345. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 24 ayes, 0 nays. HB 345 has passed. Ms. Clerk, let's call up the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 351 by Representative Easterbrook relating to Choctaw County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 351. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 8 ayes, 0 nays. HB 351 has passed. Mr. Clerk, let's call for the next one.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 369 by Representative Stubbs relating to Elmore County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Our clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want the gentleman to explain it.
Representative Stubbs, you care to explain your bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, HB 369, is part of a group of bills approved by the Elmore County Commission and several elected officials there regarding a levelized sales tax in the unincorporated parts of Elmore County.
Thank you.
Thanks for the explanation. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 369. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 369 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 371 by Representative Ingram relating to Elmore County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 51 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Ingram, you got an amendment on here. You care to explain your amendment to us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognition. This bill would just take out the vessels. We realized that by doing this, Aaliyah had contacted us, and they could be in jeopardy of losing possibly $750,000 out of grants.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you briefly just go through some information just about the bill?
Yeah,
I know
so
it's
this
been
is
some things going on down
fee
there.
on registration on the tags.
Yes,
and
sir.
it included vessel, so we're striking the word vessel, so Aaliyah won't lose that funding. It's
So
just
this is an Aaliyah bill?
No, sir. No, it's a Aaliyah amendment. So the amendment is to take out that vessel, because if we charge more, then they could jeopardize losing money throughout the state. And so we were kind enough just to say, don't want you to lose that money. We'll amend it.
Okay.
So the bill is just a local bill for Elmore County. It's just for tag fees to go back to the county.
Thank you for explaining it. We've been having some concerns about some things that may be going on in Elmore County that's been brought to our attention. So I just want you to know, anytime any local bills with Elmore County come up, we'll probably need to get some explanation on it, because we kind of have some concerns, and maybe we can talk offline about it.
Yeah, let me know
All right.
before we go
Yes,
on
sir.
the floor, and I'll be glad to talk
All
to
right,
you.
that's why I
Speaker.
wanted to stop, just to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right,
sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is to adopt the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 30 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 371 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 371 is passed as amended. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 378 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 378. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 7 ayes, 0 nays. HB 378 has passed. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 162 by Senator Kitchens relating to Marshall County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 162. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 162 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 129 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 386 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to sales and use taxes.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Today we have the opportunity to reduce taxes on just about everyone in the state of Alabama. We have a package of 4 tax bills that will be coming. This is the first one. As you recall, in 2023, the legislature passed legislation that reduced the grocery tax by 50%. 1% of that amount, or 25% of that amount, or 1% of the grocery tax went into effect in September of 2023. The next 25% reduction was to take place when revenue grew 3.5%. That did not happen this year, probably not next year. So what this bill will do is to accelerate that additional 25% reduction in the grocery tax to September 1st of this year. This will bring the total 2% tax cut in grocery taxes to $246 million. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, we have a substitute. So I would ask for the BIR.
Got a couple of lights on first, Mr. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I appreciate you bringing this bill to take the sales tax, additional sales tax off of groceries, even though what I heard was that we didn't have the full growth that we expected to have.
We did not have the full growth.
Right.
It would not have gone into effect until revenue grew 3.5%.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that. But then, too, I also appreciate, I carried sales tax off of food for a long time. My disappointment in our body is that it always determines who carries it. And so we know our citizens need the help. And especially in times like this, when we've got tariffs that's going to be placed on all types of commodities and food that we receive from other countries. So our citizens do need relief. And I'm going to be short. The message that I want to send to the body and to our citizens that's in the gallery, it should not depend upon who sponsors the bill. When it's something that's good for all the citizens of Alabama, it could be any one of us, Democrat, Republican, male, female. It still should be a good bill. And I just encourage the whole body, especially the party that don't like to include other bills. Because some of these bills we like to sign too, Mr. Speaker. A good bill is a good bill. And we all ought to participate. And we have to get to, under God's heaven, we have got to get to the point that it shouldn't be because a Democrat drops it or a Republican drop it. But if it's to benefit all of our citizens, because all of our citizens need help. And if we were not here in the legislature, we would be in the same situation, begging somebody who was, give us some help when we go to the grocery store. I do thank you for bringing forth the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Garrett, I just want to tell you, I think this is a good bill. I think it's going to go a long ways towards helping our citizens balance their budgets and save money that they precious need right now to help raise their children and families, and I want to thank you for bringing it.
Thanks, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So the estimated cost, you said is what?
It's $123 million.
Okay. Now, isn't that about the same amount that we said it would cost for the Choose Act?
Choose Act, we appropriated $100 million for the Choose Act.
Okay.
The grocery tax reduction for this amount plus the additional that we've already passed is about $250 million.
Right, but I'm just trying to say if we took that gross that we would have, we could cut even more if we use what we did for the Choose Act. Does that make sense?
That math works.
It does. You said it
I
does.
said that your math works, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. So we're, and the reason I say that because I know, of course, I was opposed to the Choose Act, that we're subsidizing the profit for private schools and in
I don't want to debate the Choose Act. That's really not what we're doing, but I get your point. I understand, but that's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, we're not going to agree,
Right,
because
right.
know, I'm talking about what we're doing, how we can best make sure we wipe it all out. So that is what I'm trying to do. And we noted that the idea of having sales tax on food is a regressive tax anyway. So I'm looking for any way we can to make sure we completely, if that's possible, to wipe that out. Now, because it's such a small amount, when I go out to the store, I think about, but surely people have not really indicated or felt that. And as the speaker before me said, we've always, as the speakers before me said, the idea about removing sales tax from food is not a new idea. It didn't just come about. It's been something that we've been doing. So, and the reason I say that is because it seems that if we take the subsidy that we're doing on the schools, what we all have already, and what you're bringing today, we could really just about take that, remove the sales tax on food.
Well, I think that discussion will continue. Of course, we have 3 other bills behind this that's going to address some of the people that are going to, everybody benefits from the grocery tax reduction, but there are other people that will benefit, or the same people will benefit from some of these other tax deductions we're going to talk about as well.
I understand that. So, and I appreciate that, but what I'm saying, I'm just looking at a way, we just wipe this slate clean for removing the sales tax from food. That's a big wipe. And the way, that is why.
We're 50% there after this.
All right. So we also know that food continues to grow up, and it is a challenge at best to go to the market. I'm a grape and cheese person. I was the store other day, and they said my grapes were going to cost me $7 a pound.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to have to grow my own trees, vines, for my grapes. But when we look at the skyrocketing prices of just foods and things generally, I'm just looking for a way in terms of how we could probably take this, wipe this out, and then move on, because we know that the consumers, the people of Alabama, really do need a relief in terms of the funding.
I agree.
Thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dale, Chairman Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, I know this has taken a lot of work here. It's been a complicated issue ever since I've been in the legislature to try to figure this out. And one of the problems in the state of Alabama is we've got one of the highest, we trade back and forth with Louisiana, highest sales tax in the nation. So we depend a lot in this state on sales tax. And obviously when you're dealing with food, that's a pretty big revenue driver at that point here. So this is a good situation where we're able to try to get to this point where we can lower it another percentage point here. So I appreciate your diligence on this issue.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have a substitute and the sub in committee. I'm just getting the actual word here. It was a technical substitute.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, you want to speak on this sub or the bill? Ms. Hall, you want to speak on the sub or the bill? Sub, okay. Well, wait just a second. He's going to get it. Okay, Chairman Garrett, you're here to explain.
Yes, so it was technical. So what happened was when we initially made the change to delete the prohibition, we inadvertently had struck the words of the gross proceeds of the sale of food, of the gross proceeds of the sale of food. So the substitute added that phrase back into the bill.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman tell me exactly where you are in terms of the
So on the bill that I'm looking at, page 7, subsection 6. Does yours look like this?
So far it does, yeah. The best way is identified. Look at the number at the top, 9JWTBB-1.
9J9WTBB-1.
Right, so we have the same one.
So line 190.
190.
We had to add in the phrase of the gross proceeds of the sale of food.
And this is the only, that's it.
That was the reason for the sub.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to commend the gentleman for working hard to bring some relief to the citizens of the state. But I looked at the cost of this, and we're taking $121 million from the Education Trust. When we try saving 2 cents on groceries, why not just go on and do the full amount so the people can see the results rather than piecemealing it little by little. With inflation going on as it is going, and we lost money just recently through the Doge eliminations. So why not do the entire deductions at once instead of trying to piecemeal it?
Well, we could do that, but we've opted to present a package of bills that cut some other taxes that we think will be broad-based and will hit retirees, will help those making less than $60,000. I'll explain some of those others. We're also opening the door for locals to have the ability to reduce their grocery tax. This will be in another bill I'll present. But we're trying to do some things that we can do and at the same time be responsible in our budgeting because we've been on a sugar high with revenue. Revenue is kind of flattened. We budgeted for that. We prepared for that. Our debt situation is in good shape. We just need to be mindful that we make cuts and reductions that are sustainable. So at this point, we've reduced the grocery tax 50%. I believe there's a sense of the body that we should continue to evaluate that. We're one of the few states, as you know, that taxes groceries, but we are now have cut it 50%. So I believe this is a step toward that, but also we're providing relief in other areas to a broad base of people and not jeopardizing our education budget while in the process.
All right. Well, what's the restoration of this loss? This 121.9 million. What's the restoration of that? How we replace the loss?
Well, with some of the cuts that we've made, some of the tax credits that we've done that are helping to drive our workforce participation, improving our educational outcomes, are going to help us raise our income and sales taxes. So I think strategically, the investments we're making, working hand in hand with these tax cuts and these other incentive measures, are going to help that.
You know, I think after we'll have lost $16 million USDA federal funds just recently, and it's going to put Alabama in a bad situation. Even though you said you've done the study and saw the level of funding as it comes to the drawdown of taxes, but we didn't include that $16 million that we were going to lose from the USDA.
Well, as you know, we've built reserves. We're in good financial shape. In fact, Moody's had done a study on states to look at what their survivability would be or how they would fare if there were a recession. And Alabama was one of the better states in terms of their analysis. So we are in a good fiscal responsibility. We haven't had proration in 14 years. We've got guardrails to safeguard against that. At the same time, we're making investments in public education, Numeracy Act, Literacy Act. We were the only state to show improvement in the last nation scorecard. So I think all these things work hand in hand, and we believe this is a sustainable tax cut that will not jeopardize the budget.
Mr. Garrett, tell the taxpayers out there how will they notice in their grocery bill when they go buy groceries that they've had a 2% tax reduction. How will they know that?
Well, the receipt, the money they pay.
And you said, and inflation is going to take that.
Well, and as you know, the state sales tax is 4%. Most of the sales taxes in the state are at the local level. But what we're doing at the state level is cutting the grocery tax 50%. And we already have the second lowest state sales tax rate in the country. We're reducing that on groceries. You know, again, most states don't tax groceries. We're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I was trying to explain that to some of my constituents about the cost of eggs, and they can grasp that because the only thing they were saying the high.
Yeah, they're coming
cost.
down.
They're coming down, but that's when they was $7 and something a dozen at Walmart, and so 50 cents an egg is kind of steep, even though they're coming down, and we're thinking that it's a lot of uncertainties even about that, why those prices went up. They want to blame it on bird flu, but I don't think that's the real issue. I think we got some greedy people that price gouge, and we can't, and we don't go after those people, but we'll do other things that would make people think that we're doing something. And so when it comes to taxes in the state of Alabama, now your management of the general fund has been tremendous, and I applaud you because you're a man of fiscal responsibility. But people out there that feeling this thing, who are getting bombarded from all sides, from the federal level down to the local level, they can't see any improvement. Even though you say the receipts will show it, but they spent more and got less when they come out of that store. And so this is not really a resolve to their issues because because the inflation is so widespread. So it's just more just groceries that's involved here. And so I want to thank you for your due diligence working with us on trying to alleviate some of the issues that our constituents are having in this state, and being fiscally responsible, looking down the road, because it's going to get worse. And I don't know what the future holds, but we're going to have some difficult days that we're going to have to deal with, the social issues in the state. And I appreciate your leadership.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of 386. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 386 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to open this up for co-sponsors.
Okay, the gentleman would like to open it up for co-sponsor, Mr. Clerk. Okay, looks like we got 96 co-sponsors. Thanks, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, may I have a point of personal privilege?
Pointer, you're granted.
Several people mentioned, Ms. Hall and Representative Moore mentioned the work that had been done years past on this has been a long-served issue. I received a phone call this week from John Knight, who wanted to thank me for bringing this, expressing his appreciation. He worked this. He described me a time when he said he pushed a grocery cart on the floor and it had some theater. I didn't do that, but anyway, I wanted to acknowledge his work in the past. So thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 387 by Representative Garrett relating to sales tax.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the second bill that has to do with grocery tax. When we passed the initial grocery tax reduction in 2023, at the request of the League of Municipalities and the County Commission Association, we added a guardrail that would allow them to reduce the local grocery tax by 25% in any year when they had revenue growth of 2%. What this bill will do will remove that guardrail and just give any local government the ability to reduce grocery tax when they want to by whatever amount they want to. So with that, I ask for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the bill. Clerk will lock the machine. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Move for a final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you able to tell me of how many cities or counties that follow through with the process as the bill is presently?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So what this bill does, right now, unless a county or city revenue grows 2%, they're not able to reduce their grocery tax. We're removing that.
Right.
I know of at least one city that did not reduce their grocery tax locally because they said it was because of this provision. So we're just taking care of that.
And the reason I had an individual who contacted me about she was traveling home and she stopped in a particular county or city and noted the difference. She was really watching it. I don't watch the sales tax information as much. And I was just interested, and she was concerned because she thought that they were not following through.
Well, we gave them the option, but we limited their ability to reduce the tax.
Right.
And so, but now we're saying you can reduce the tax if you want to. To my knowledge, when we passed the grocery tax reduction, there was one city one government that jumped in and raised their grocery tax before our bill took effect. But then since that time, I'm not aware of any city that has reduced their tax. There may have been, I'm just not aware of it. But if anybody's not reducing their taxes because of the prohibition in the legislation we initially passed, we're removing that. So now cities and local governments are able to now, with this passage of this, reduce their grocery tax whenever they want to.
So you're of the opinion if you removing this makes it much more comfortable for cities and counties?
Well, it gives them the opportunity to reduce their tax because, again, most of the grocery tax, most of the sales tax in the state is paid at the local level.
Right.
So if somebody wants to provide relief at the local level, under the law right now, there's a limit what they can do. We're basically saying, feel free to do what you want to do, if anything. But we're not prohibiting them from reducing their tax by whatever amount.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garrett, Chairman Garrett, I'm trying to remember what I read about the effective date of this particular bill. If and when it passes, did the bill not say that it would not take effect for 60 days?
September the 1st, I believe, is.
And then also, I think there was a date even beyond that September date.
This act shall become effective on June 1, 2025.
Okay.
June 1, 2025.
Was there not another date that was mentioned in that bill? It just, as I recall, it just seemed like it was going to take quite some time.
I don't believe so. This bill, the effective date on the bill we just passed is September 1. The effective date on this bill is June the 1st, 2025.
Okay. Even so, why could we not make it immediate like we do so many bills? I mean, families are hurting out there, not just from the rising price of eggs, but for many different products and services.
I guess we don't know when the Senate's going to take this up. So I think June 1st is appropriate. But I mean, that's as soon as I think is practical because we'll be in session for a while, right? So I think this
okay.
is a.
All right, I'm going to go back and look. I should have looked at the bill again because I think there's another date in there that is causing me some concern, and I think I put my light on too fast. But I will.
Okay. Yeah.
Did Mr. Fulford remember?
Mr. Fulford is telling me there's other dates in there, but it relates to the original bill that limited their ability to reduce grocery taxes, their sales taxes. So those other dates, the only date applicable to this is really that it becomes.
So those other
effective June
dates are
1st.
outdated now?
Yeah, they're out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the by nine final passage of HB 387.
Thank you.
Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 387 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Mr. Speaker, I was asked to open for co-sponsors as well on that bill.
Okay, let's open it up for co-sponsors. It looks like we've got 96 co-sponsors, Mr. Chair. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 388 by Representative Garrett relating to income tax.
Chairman Garrett.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This bill is another bill, an upgrade of a bill that we did a couple of years ago. We exempted the first $6,000 per person for a person over the age 65 who is making withdrawal from a defined contribution plan. So if you are an individual using retirement savings out of a 401k, an IRA, anything that's a defined contribution plan, previously we'd exempted the first $6,000 from Alabama tax. Per couple, that'd be $12,000. This bill will basically double that. So the exemption would be $12,000 per person, $24,000 per couple. And this would be beginning with the tax year of 2026.
It's referred to as the Lynn Greer Act.
Yes, this was the brainchild of Representative Lynn Greer.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
I just like what I'm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just this man here. He done looked into the future. And where's Brother Lynn Greer? I tell you that this is a great servant when he was here. I want to thank you. But when I look and see the $45 million physical note, that kind of hurts me. How are we going to regroup, revamp, replenish this education budget, trust fund, when we're taking so much from it?
Well, again, number one, I would submit that we're not taking a lot from it because what we've been doing has been strategic. And what we're doing is actually, over the past several years, has been making investments that are actually yielding returns that are helping grow the budget. We've seen budget growth. We're not spending all the money that comes in the door. We're setting reserves aside. What we are presenting today, we feel through growth of the budget and through just continued good fiscally responsible budgeting practices, we can sustain these cuts. But the answer to your question is, if we can improve the education outcomes, if we can improve labor participation, those are the type of things that are going to help us grow our revenue stream. And if you look back last session, one obstacle to get people in the workforce is childcare. So we aggressively address childcare. We're hoping that will help get people back in the workforce. Getting that type of investment and outcome will help lift our revenue and make this sustainable. But, I was a career chief financial officer. I struggle every time we do tax cuts, tax exemptions. Can we pay for it? And the answer is I'm comfortable based on our reserves, based on what I see in the revenue projections, and based on what I know our opportunity to weather recession, that we can maintain this.
Even as we forecast what the federal government is projecting for the elimination of education, the department, and all the cuts and job eliminations, are we still looking at a good outcome?
Yeah, I've spoken with the superintendent of education. Won't put words in his mouth, but I think everybody is comfortable with that. If that were to happen, that we would be able, as a state, to do what we
continues to do what we are with.
We didn't have a National Department of Education until 1976, so we do have some history, different, where the states operated that on their own. So yeah, the answer is I think we're forward-looking. We've got a lot of people focused on those areas, and we'll have to adjust certainly, but I think we're making some good foundational movements. As you know, we're looking at potentially changing the way we fund K through 12 education. That's one. We have a task force. We're hopeful we'll be presenting some bills dealing with that to help again address funding education based on student needs, not just resources.
You mentioned 1976. Where was Alabama standing nationally in education in '76?
I wasn't born then.
You mentioned it, but you weren't born then. I'm supposed to get you away from it. But you brought up the number now. So you have to have some data somewhere that you researched and pull that out. You just didn't pull it out of a rabbit out of a hat. It was 1976.
Yeah.
And do you, there's a lot of talk around Alabama privatizing education. Is that in the foreseeable future that we're talking about here?
Privatizing education?
Yes, public education.
We are committed to public education, making public education the best that it can be. We also are open to, as education models have changed, as generational changes, and just people are now looking for customization, flexibility, and choice. We're looking at how we can address education for people who choose something different. A lot of people are choosing different than the traditional educational model, but we are not abandoning public education. That's at the forefront of what we do. That's where the bulk of our money goes, and that's what we are committed constitutionally and as a body to support.
I like that. Now, let me ask, there's no more one-size-fit-all cookie-cutter type style, so there's different needs and different persons. But now, I'm wondering now, special needs when it comes to our state. You know, we was one of the last states that really brought the kids out of the closet because we kept them in home. Everybody was ashamed. But how does the national budget look at us when it comes to eliminating? I'm going back, eliminating the Department of Education. If it wasn't for the Department of Education, a lot of funding wouldn't come to this state.
Well, I think the federal funding will continue. It may come in a different format, but
Block grants.
Yeah. So, and that would, I think, give additional flexibility to the state to do some things. And again, we're already in the forefront of looking about how we can better fund education. We haven't changed our funding model in Alabama in 30 years. And we had a joint committee that worked on that, made some recommendations, and we're hopefully going to talk about some legislation to address that this session. But we're looking forward as the world is changing.
Are we looking at pupil-teacher ratio?
Sure.
When it comes to, see, this has been my pet peeve with Alabama. You know, you go to a foreign land, country, and you see education. You talk about the people there. I'm just going to use Cuba. They got a good educational system, 1 to 15 ratio, and we throw stuff at them, but they have a system that proves itself to be functional and delivering on the dollars and cents that is being invested in those students. When I look at Alabama, 1 in 35 or more now, and somebody's not getting the full benefit of that education dollar that's spent when you got that many.
Part of that is the way we fund education. That's why we're trying to proactively address that.
Okay.
And so we'll see where that goes.
We'll see where. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 388. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. HB 88 passes. We have a request for co-sponsors.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will unlock the machine for co-sponsors. Clerk will lock the machine, record the co-sponsors, 99 co-sponsors. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 389 by Representative Garrett, relating to income tax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the last bill in our package, and what this bill would do would be to make some changes for taxpayers primarily making $60,000 or less. Let me just read you what these changes are. Number one, it would change the adjusted gross income threshold floor to claim the $1,000 dependent exemption from $50,000 to $60,000, so giving more people the ability to claim the $1,000 exemption. It changes the adjusted gross income threshold cap to claim the existing $500 dependent exemption from $100,000 to $120,000. In other words, increasing the number of people who can claim the cap of the dependent exemption. It changes the adjusted gross income floor to claim the optional standard deduction for taxpayers that are married filing jointly, head of family and single, from $25,500 to $28,000 for the married filing jointly. For the head of family, from $12,750 to $14,000 to married filing separate. So it's increasing the amounts that people have to claim the additional exemption. For taxpayers that are married filing jointly, the minimum standard deduction amount is changing from $5,000 currently to $6,000, and the maximum standard deduction amount is changing from $88,500 to $9,500. It also changes the minimum standard deduction amount from $2,500 currently to $3,000 for taxpayers that are married filing separate, head of family, and single. And finally, the maximum standard deduction amount for taxpayers that are married filing separate would go from $4,250 to $4,750, head of family from $5,200 to $5,700, and single individuals from $3,000 to $3,500. This will be effective October 1, 2025, beginning with the tax year of 2026. So again, this is designed to help working families, primarily those making $60,000 or less, and giving them a tax break, and it would have a cost of about $24 million to the budget. With that, I move to the BR, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of loud up there. So tell me, one, doing their taxes for, this becomes effective in what, next year, for the next year, which
Yes.
will be 26. And we're taking, tell me what the situation is today.
So when you look at your tax return, you look at when do you qualify for what is your dependency exemption, what is the maximum deduction you can claim, what is your optional standard deduction, all of those things that go into your calculation of your taxes. We are basically making them more beneficial for people who make $60,000 or less. So increasing their ability to, reducing their taxes. And in one case, we're claiming the threshold to get the maximum dependent exemption from $100,000 to $120,000.
So stop right there. So when you say the threshold up, you're saying that's with the family? Is this with like more than one in, I mean?
When you do your tax return, and you'll come down to a point, and they'll
Oh,
say.
no, I don't
if you-
do the tax
Well, but if you're in, whoever does your tax return gets to a point where it says if your income is this, then your deduction is this, or your rate is this, whatever.
Okay,
What this does is it raises those thresholds to provide lower taxes for those people.
Okay, so the ultimate goal is to decrease the amount of taxes.
Right, this will
that are
decrease
paid.
taxes for those people, that's right.
When we look at a person that's making $60,000, do you know what the average amount is about for? You don't-
Sorry, I
you
don't know that.
Okay. Then you mentioned the word floor standards, and I read through that. And the amount to deduct, if they had a floor standard of 25,000, how is that? Is that a separate
Well-
entity? So look at let me show you what
Well,
I'm.
for example, an optional, so if you don't itemize your deduction,
Right,
you get just an optional, a standard deduction.
right.
And what this says is, in the case of this one category, right now that standard deduction is $25,500, which means that's what you can deduct. We're changing that to $28,000, so they can deduct $2,500
What's the
more.
amount? 28?
28,000, yeah.
How did
So
you
we're-
come up with the amounts?
Well, in consultation with the experts in the fiscal office, we said what
that's a
adjustments
good start.
what can we make? That would be, again, we're looking at what we can do that would not jeopardize the budgets, but would provide meaningful tax relief.
Okay.
So in the case of changing that standard deduction from $25,500 to $28,000, that gives somebody additional tax deduction. There's
What
other
about those people that fall below that? That we have people that will be making less than that. What happens to them?
Well, again, there's a table, there's charts for all of this, and this just says that you have to look at that. But what we're doing is we're giving we're changing the floor to claim the deduction. So we're increasing the floor to claim that deduction. So
Help me with this. At one point, we had individuals that were making less than $10,000.
well, we still have so our rate. And that's one thing we discussed. We didn't do that in this bill. I think we'll eventually come back to that. But at one point, if you make $500, we tax that at 2%.
Right.
That's something long-term we need to address. We didn't address that in this bill. In a previous bill, we did tweak some of that. But there's some things we can do to the income tax structure that we will continue to evaluate.
But I think we were amazed at how people were making like $4,000 or the amount was a small amount.
Yeah.
that they were paying taxes on that. And it seems like those people still are impacted the same way. That hasn't changed.
We're not addressing that specific provision in this bill, no.
Okay. Tell me about, and so the maximum amount, did I get this right, is if they're doing jointly, is $5,000 to $6,000 or $8,500 to $9,000? Is that correct?
Yeah, we're giving you more.
Options.
We're giving you $1,000 more of tax deduction for those categories.
So that's the case if they're jointly, and if they're separate, that it appears that that number increases or doubles. Am I correct? If
sorry, say
they're
again.
filing separately, it
There's
appears
another-
that the number doubles.
Yeah, well, the
Or maybe it's,
the minimum
It's-
the minimum deduction from $2,500 to $3,000.
okay,
I
right.
I have a master's in tax, but I don't do my tax return either. So you're asking me rudimentary questions that are taking me way back.
You know, because I'm trying to figure out what we're doing, so that's
yeah.
why I'm asking, so I
mean,
appreciate it.
what we're doing is basically anyone who does their tax return, we're giving in that bracket of income we're talking about, we're giving them more deduction or more exemptions, which is reducing their tax.
And what did we say the fiscal note on this one is going to be?
$23.8 million.
Okay, so we keep adding up. You see, we could really be back with that
We're getting there.
all of that sales tax off food. We could. There was something else. I saw a red line on something I wanted to ask you about. Maybe, okay, on page 13, I think this is where you talked about the standard deduction for married taxpayers or couples. And based on what you read or stated, the numbers that I see are different here. Looking on starting at line 353. So if they're filing and their incomes are less than 14.
So you got a threshold, which is the $28,000 number.
Okay.
And you've got the deduction, which is the $9,500 number. So in this case, we're raising the threshold and increasing the deduction to do what I said earlier, which is to give everybody an additional.
So when I'm talking about the deduction that you're raising, this is the information that I found on page 13, starting at line 342.
That's correct. Well, 330. Mine's 339.
Okay, yeah, we're at the same place. Okay. I think that does it.
That's the language. All that's there, that's underlined, is what I just described. We're adding to make taxes lower.
And I think I'm clear on page 14, that information you've just given. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I appreciate you explaining to Representative Hall, but I had an additional question. What is the impact on retired people?
On retired people.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Because, you know, they need some breaks too.
well, they would be, depending on their income, if they're under $60,000, they would be in this category as well. Of course,
Okay.
we just passed a bill that would give people who are retired drawing from defined contribution plans an exemption on their, they would start
Okay.
out with an exemption. So the retirees could benefit from that previous
From the
bill.
previous and this also.
Yeah,
Okay,
potentially
that-
from this also, yeah.
Okay, I was looking at that because people need this type of help, all over, and that would help compensate us from all the other attacks on that household income that they're getting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Speaker, I move for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 389. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. HB 389 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for co-sponsors.
Clerk will unlock the machine for co-sponsors. Clerk will lock the machine and record the co-sponsors. Congratulations, Representative,
Mr.
on a
Speaker,
good job.
I want to thank you for the members. 192 million in tax cuts. We coupled with a previous grocery tax, about 250 million in tax cuts for all Alabamians. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we have in the gallery Kay Steele of Jefferson County with Concerned Women of Color as a guest of Representative Gavan, Sellers, and Tillman. Ms. Steele, you with us? There she is right there. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. We also have in the gallery the Alabama chapter of National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, and they're the guest of Representative Ellis. Would you please stand? There they are. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 30 with substitute by Representative Wood D relating to elections.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 30 is the post-election audit bill that passed this body last year with 83 yes votes, 7 nay, and 9 abstentions. Alabama Code Section 17-16-2 outlines how state conducts recounts. The post-election audit bill is not a recount, but a measure to ensure that the DS-200 tabulators that process the paper ballots are working properly. And post-election audits ensure public confidence in the election process, and the company that produces the tabulators even recommend that counties and states have audits. Audits increase transparency and demonstrate that elections are fair and accurate. This bill would require the judge of probate of each county to conduct a post-election audit after every county and statewide general election to determine the accuracy of the originally reported results of the election. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. For the recognition. Listen, I know you and I spoke about this bill. Give me the just give me the purpose of the bill again. It's just for an audit post-election. Is that every election?
It's for any general election, statewide election. It's for one precinct and one race only.
Help me understand that. One precinct. Is that one precinct per
county? Per county, yes, ma'am.
So if we're doing an audit, why would we not do an audit of all of the votes tallied per county?
That would be wonderful, and I've tried for that as well.
I mean, I don't have a problem with your bill, but I'm just trying to understand the logic of, because if someone's a bad actor, and I know you showed me the video, I would think that we're for the voter integrity that you all have mentioned or what have you, I'm not sure. I get a little woozy because every time I hear maybe one person, maybe two, maybe three, not even 5 or 6 or 7 people that are caught in violation of the Alabama state voting, perpetrating any type of fraud in this state. I am confused if we're going to do an audit. I thought that the bill would cover an audit for every county, because how would you quantitatively be able to determine that there was no malfeasance in the voting process?
Well, it's a random, so no one will know until the election is over. In the room, probate judge, the circuit clerk, and the sheriff of each county. So it is done in all counties, and it is one precinct and one race from each county.
But, and I get what you're saying, but okay. If I am assume that there are bad actors and that fraud is running rampant through the state of Alabama, for which you all have brought over the last few years bill after bill after bill after bill after bill after bill after bill. And for the first 2 or 3 rounds of years, you all couldn't identify 3 people. It didn't matter what election it was that had committed any type of fraud. And especially, I don't know why the Republicans is that worried, because it is so many, this state is so red, it is redder than any piece of red meat before going on the grill. It is sickening red. So I get it. Listen, I tell people all the time, run your race. I mean, I get what y'all saying, but this is kind of confusing, because my thing is I didn't have a problem with the bill, but I wanted it to be for the true voter integrity throughout the state, because I would like to know if there is fraud. I would like to be able to capture the number, but to randomly select a site and then that site has no findings, no anything, everything's good, everything's proficient, or it could be that could just be that one site in which something or a malfunction, sometimes the machines, and give out and they're readily available to have more than one machine on site. I mean, I think Jefferson County does a heck of a good job. I mean, we've had 2 of the best probate judges in my lifetime in the modern history, Judge Alan King and Judge Naftel, who is now working here, and they oversaw those processes with the heaviest degree of integrity and problem solving. And I speak with my registrar, Barry Stevens. I think he's the best to ever do it. So I'm just trying to figure this one out. You said it would be wonderful to have all of the counties or all of the precincts. And I guess my question to you is, why do we not have an audit of this process?
Well, we had a pilot audit in 2022.
Yeah,
and
I remember.
It did show that all the votes were not correct. Why we didn't carry something on forward, Representative, I'm not sure.
But how many votes were not correct? And how do we determine? Because that's a thing that what I don't like. People hear one thing, and then instead of calling to get the clarity to verify, okay, even with our bills, you have people out there, you have Facebook assassins, you have people on these radio stations, they'll see a headline, and I've talked with some of the folks that are journalists. I have friends that are journalists and writers. I have no problem with them. But what I don't is when they see the caption, and bad news sells. So when you have a bad caption and then someone all of a sudden they take something instead of at least picking up the phone to balance it. So even with the voter integrity, because when you then question voter integrity and say, well, there was an audit done in 2022 and there were so many. No,
It wasn't
it
so
wasn't
many.
that. It's
No,
not.
it wasn't.
But the public, somebody in the public would hear that. And I understand, not knocking y'all party, but over the last 8 years, a lot has been sensationalized through you all's party, where words that matter, but they matter differently to different people, and they're not quite right. And a lie is easily to be spread. And that is something you all have become professionals with, and y'all follow y'all leader, like I said, and you can write me up, tweet me, email me, everybody follows somebody to follow anybody. As I always say, people follow Jim Jones, Warren Jeffs, Charles Manson, Marshall Applewhite.
Yeah.
All of those people had the ability to have somebody to follow them, and they directed them to either take their own lives or the lives of their loved ones, and people believed in them. So when you all come here and y'all believe in y'all leader like that, I've said it all the time. They've written me up on saying it, and before I take it back, I'll say it again. So I'm saying all of this to say we're influencers. Sure we are. So when I hear voter fraud and voter integrity, and then you bring an audit, I mean, come on. So what is the audit process? Is it every 6 years, 10 years, no years, and then we do a random sample in a county, don't know which precinct? I'm just trying to figure out when you compile, what is the baseline?
After every general and statewide election, every one of those, there will be one precinct and one race that will be audited in each county. And I don't want to use your time. I want to be very sensitive to
listen,
that.
y'all always come and say, may I yield? That is not the rule.
Okay.
You do not have to ask anyone to yield. When they come to this microphone, it's their time. You never hear me say, will you yield?
So I won my first race for the state in the primary by 6 votes. 6 votes. Before that time, I really didn't value the voter. I have to confess that because I had never had a close election representative. People came up and told me what they did to vote for me, how they voted absentee, or how they picked up their neighbor. We have to protect those votes.
Listen,
we just had an election in Lee County by 1 vote. The person
And that
won.
happens, listen.
So only one
Let me
really
just say,
makes a
I
difference.
grew up working elections. I grew up under the greatest mayor to ever do it in Birmingham. He laid the framework, Richard Arrington Jr. His daughter and I were very, very close friends. God rest her soul, Erica Arrington. Let me tell you something. I grew up with the process, and I'm no novice to it. I've worked elections when I was a kid. Some people may win by 20 votes. Some people may win by 15. Listen, you cannot come down here and be a legislator trying to craft legislation because you think, and it may happen. Run your race. I get it. You had never been in a close race, but these are different times. I always tell people, just run your race because whatever you're doing is not going to stop that person. If somebody's going to cheat, they'll cheat. If you're going to steal, you'll steal. If you lie, you'll steal, my grandmother would say. I get it. I have no problem with the audit, but it needs to be something that's logical and makes sense. Because if it's not the precinct in your county that has the greatest impact randomly, it's not going to matter anyway. That's why I asked what the baseline was. You know, how would you gauge it? If you're looking for a quantitative approach, just a random precinct, that could be the best precinct in the county. So I don't know what your ultimate goal will be. I don't have a problem with it. I will support the bill. I don't support many of the bills you all bring with regards to the elections. But at the end of the day, it creates further a false narrative that there's so much cheating in Alabama, and it really isn't. You're going to have a bad actor. I want to know how you stop them. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and good luck on your bill.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Fort of Barber County. You'll be the second person on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Representative Wood.
Yes, sir.
Wow. What happened during your election when you bringing a bill like this? You won the election by a close margin or wide margin or what?
Well, first of all, I was part of a body that first got the DS tabulators in our county. So I know the age of the tabulators. This is not about the probate judge or the inspector or the people that work at the polls. This is about a piece of machine that's counting our votes. And those machines, some of them are 10 years
Mr.
old
Speaker.
or older.
Will you? Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you need me to repeat that, sir?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is about those DS200 tabulators that are being used to count our paper ballots. That's what this bill does. It ensures that those machines that are exactly that, a piece of technology, are working properly.
You from Lee County, right?
I actually live in Chambers County, but I represent part of Lee.
But then somebody in another county, may have been Auburn or Lee County or somewhere up there, won the election by 1 vote.
Yes, sir. In the Senate?
Well, I got 3 judges in my district. Bullock County, Barber County, and Russell County. They don't, this is a terrible bill, so they're telling me. I can remember when dead folks used to vote. Can you remember all that? You old enough to remember that?
Remember what now?
Dead folks vote. You can't remember that, can you?
I hope not.
I do. I remember it. It ain't been no 50 years ago. It's been a little while back. But you gonna take the incident happened in Lee County, an incident where you have them, and bring a bill where the judge is telling me how much money it's gonna cost them. 3 judges telling me the same thing. They already said they ain't gonna hang. They can't get nobody to wait on the poll. Who gonna do the recount? Who gonna do the recount?
Well, the probate judge with the canvassing board, they appoint an inspector and they appoint someone to count the votes. So it would be a poll worker.
Well, I've been in many races. Lost 1 race in my career. 1. Been in politics ever since '82. I'm still in. And I ain't never thought about somebody cheated. That ain't never come across my mind. You win, I don't care if you win by half a vote. And no such thing as a half a vote, though. I don't care if you win by 1 vote. Why you want to contest and pass a bill, think everybody in the county is crooked?
Well, we're the only state that doesn't currently have a post-election audit. We're the only state. Why is that? Are we just that much better than everyone else?
Well, all I could hear a few years ago was they stole the election. They stole the election. So I think everybody still got that in their mind. They stole the election.
Well,
And
that's
you know
not
where
the
all that
reason
come from. I
I
ain't got to bring no names up. I ain't got to call nobody name. You know what? I reckon you still think folks still stealing the election, honey, huh? I don't think they done it in my county, in my 3 counties. We run an honest election down there. Nobody never contested one down there, never.
Well, that's what this post-election audit will show then in your county. Everything's fine.
I think it's a bad bill. It's going to cost, what, $35,000
Yes, sir.
a year? How long ago take them to count? $35 a day?
$35,000 for the entire state to have each county have 1 precinct and 1 race counted. That's for all 67 counties, Representative.
So I got 3 counties, and all 3 judges are going to have to count the vote.
Correct. If people voted there, then there will be a
Where the money
random-
coming from? The county or where?
Sir?
County got to pay for it.
The controller pays for it. The county gets reimbursed. The county's not out any money. They are reimbursed, and that's in the bill. So if your
Well,
probate judge thinks that,
Yeah.
he is not. No, that is not true. They are reimbursed.
Yeah. My 3 counties sure ain't got no money.
I understand.
They poor as they come. You know where all 3 counties at?
Yes, sir, I do.
They don't come no poor in them counties.
Yes, sir, I'm from Chambers
Well,
County,
I'm
so
going
I
to vote against the
understand.
bill. They told me, I done had a conversation with all 3 of them. They said, vote no, no, no. And I hate to do that, but on the kind of you sponsoring it. I like you.
I appreciate
I like
that.
you because you talk a lot. I like folks talk a lot.
Using my hands, too.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Stubbs of Elmore to be the 3rd person on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. I, too, served as the chairman of the Elmore County Commission, and obviously elections are important. Our probate judge and other election officials, sheriff and others, find that it's very important to secure our elections, and I appreciate you bringing this bill.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Colvin of Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill today. Elections are important and elections matter, and I think your bill this strengthens our integrity of our elections in Alabama, and I appreciate you bringing that bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 73 yeas, 20 yeas. The BR is adopted.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition.
Hello,
Ms.
Representative.
Wood, did you just say that we passed the bill last year?
That we passed a bill?
You gave the numbers 83-4 and
No, out of this House. Yes, sir. We did. Just out of this House, not in the Senate.
is it the same bill?
The only difference is there, and since we're here, I think I can talk about this. The bill was strengthened. There was an amendment in committee that was passed. And so what that committee amendment says is that it will be random selection. So there won't be a picked precinct before the election. It'll be random. All the results have to be to the Secretary of State when any other results go to them. So it can be inside the contest window. And then the third thing says that the probate judges may use a clean tabulator to count the ballots, but 30 must be physically held and manually counted. That's what the amendment did. It strengthened the bill.
Yeah, I have probate judges that really are not for this anyway, but to make our elections more of some type of integrity depends on who we are. The law don't regulate morality.
That's right.
I have a bill that I introduced, early voting. Been introducing that bill for the last 14 years. And this is not a partisan bill. It's bipartisan because I have a lot of elderly people that want to early vote. They don't want to stand in line on election day. And I know that bill would be helpful to the state of Alabama. You can get this bill out of committee, the same election committee that we've tried to. We got several organizations working with people here in the state trying to get that bill up, even for just on the calendar. Let the people make a decision whether they voted up or down. You know, that's all we asked. But here, integrity is important. Elections, knowing that when you got and people that saying that elections were stolen and people really bought into that. We've never had that happen in the United States until recently, you know. And then you have some colleagues still don't believe that we had a public that Biden won the election. All the lawsuits and all that went to court and no evidence.
That was not the basis for my bill, Representative.
But you're bringing audits, which I don't have a problem with. But the cost is what's the issue is. You're not trusting the machines. And you had a personal experience, you say?
No, but I don't have a 10-year-old computer and I don't have a 10-year-old phone. So why would I allow a 10-year-old machine to count my votes?
Well, there's nothing wrong with the machine.
How do we know that?
You got a 50-year-old traffic light down there that still works. Mm-hmm. It turned green, yellow, and red. It's 50 years old. Why should you trust that light? Because it's 50 years old.
I'm sure it's tested.
See, when you put age on something, that don't mean that it's not accurate.
Now you're talking about me and you, right?
And look at me. My colleague said he remember when dead people voted. I can't go that far back. People left the cemetery and came and voted. But there's some things that we need to understand that in this state, out of all the 67 counties, was there any violations of the law? Was anybody arrested for violating the voters' law in Alabama? The last election?
Not to my knowledge.
See, not to your knowledge. See, that means we already have integrity in our elections.
Well, we didn't do an audit either.
Well, you didn't have to do an audit to have integrity. People are trustworthy. The machine does their thing. I don't know. Then you can manipulate the machines, like some people say, you know. Like, we want to use that term. That could have happened this last election, but I don't even go down in that rabbit hole. But it can be some strange things that happen during election time.
Yes, sir.
And having an audit is one way of correcting whatever you think. But if you don't find anything, that means a waste of money. So I'm not filibustering. I just wanted to.
Oh, I appreciate your comments.
To get some clarity, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
A good debate is good. That's what democracy is all about, you know. We can disagree and be not disagreeable.
That's right.
We are Alabamians. We all want what's right and what's best for the citizens.
That's right.
So I see where you are, but like my colleague said, it's going to cost us the poor counties the money that
Well, the state's going to pay them back.
But still, the money is not there to give to them. The comptrollers is still taxpayers' money. Isn't it? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 70 yeas, 28 yeas. The substitute is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson to speak on the substitute.
More.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I think my biggest concern here is that I know normally if there's an election and there's at least a 1% difference in the count, it generated an automatic recount, which I think is sufficient and is fair and square. But after every election, to have an audit, even though that you say, I listen, you say the counties are being reimbursed, but still there's dollars that's coming from the state for the reimbursement. And I think that we're in such unstable times now that I think that we have to start thinking ahead on whether it could still be sufficient that we could live with the automatic recount if there's a 1% difference in an election. But to generate continuous audits. Now, in the state of Alabama, from what I've always known, and I know people are questioning election, but our average Secretary of State has been a Republican. And they've always confirmed to us that our elections were fair and they were honest elections. So I think that at the end of the day, it's an insult to those men and women that have served as secretaries of states and guardians of our elections for us to continue to talk about that and question the fact that whether an election is fair or not. Because all of those people served in honesty when they were Secretary of State of Alabama. And I've always, when I've had a problem or thought I had a problem on election day, you can call them in quick and in a hurry. They're going to come there and address that issue on election day. So I don't think that we need to come up to say that we have an automatic audit, because those are dollars and cents. And we might not can see it now, but if the state of this country continues in the path that it's going, and more responsibility are going to be put on the state, and a state like Alabama, where we rely on a lot of money, coming back from the federal government that might disappear on us. I think that now is for us to be good stewards of the taxpaying dollars that we have. And rather than to pass something to require more and more audits, that we live with something that has been tried and proven. And we don't have any evidence from any of our Secretary of States that we have had any problems with our elections. In those areas where they were minor problems, they took care of them. But overall, for the state, whether it's a statewide election, countywide election, city, local election, we have been assured over and over again by our Republican Secretary of States that those elections were fair and they were honest elections, where I don't think that we need to invest at this point in time in our history additional dollars requiring an automatic audit after every election. So I say that to you. I know this bill will not be withdrawn, but it's just, you know, it's after the fact when we see that we don't have, then we got to come back to these same podiums to repeal it in order for us to be able to have the dollars and cents that we will need to operate our state in general. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Ingram of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General Lady
Yes.
Gill.
Yes, Representative.
I have an amendment. If you look on the amendment, what the amendment does is replace line 78. It just takes out the word may and puts shall have oversight, which the volunteers, election volunteers to come in, to where they have, both parties can have a say-so or a watch.
Right.
Poll watchers, exactly.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
That's a friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment to House Bill number 30 by Representative Ingram.
I think this would give everybody an option to feel good about the bill, and it's got a little oversight. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Fincher of Randolph County. Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 12 nays, 12 abstentions. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Fincher of Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes, I said, here comes the teacher. I may be in trouble.
We've been friends a long time.
Yes, sir.
I have a little bit of a problem with this one, though, and I know what you're doing. You're trying to keep the costs low.
Yes.
And not, but I've just been thinking, we have 67 counties.
Yes, sir.
In the state. And I don't know, is this per precinct or per box that you're going to do this?
So one precinct will be chosen.
Okay.
One precinct, one race.
I don't know about your county, but my county has 16 precincts in it.
Mm-hmm.
There are 16 precincts. In a general election, you'll have 25 or 30 races.
That's right.
And by the time you pick one precinct and one race in that precinct, if there were some illegitimacy to the election, the odds of your stumbling upon it would be very, very rare. It would be hard to find, if there were, and I honestly believe that our state has the most secure elections of any of the 50 states. I really do. And I believe that very firmly, that our state has very secure elections. But I just wonder how useful it's going to be to pick one precinct and one race out of one precinct. And if you did have some dishonesty, I'm not sure you'd be able to find it.
Well, we had a pilot in 2022 that did the same thing. So
Yeah.
we did, one vote was wrong. And we think, well, is it worth doing it for one vote? Well, if you're the candidate that is beat by one vote, it's
I
worth
know
it.
you have had yourself
It's
a
worth
very,
it.
very
That's
close
right.
election
That's
in the
right.
past.
It's worth it. Yeah. Every
But-
vote should be correct.
And I agree with that. Every vote should be correct, but I'm not sure that this is what's going to lead us to it.
You got
to
it.
finding
You're-
that.
Absolutely.
It's
You
going to
have
be
just-
very
yes.
difficult just picking one precinct and one election in that precinct to base it on.
Yes,
Anyway,
I
that's my
Representative.
comment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
I'm good.
Okay. So when you, I guess, thank you for the recognition. I'm just trying to get some clarity. I agree with the chair, Mr. Chairman.
Are you saying Representative Fincher? Is that?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Fincher is an old school player in the game of registers and things like that. He's very
Yes,
well.
he was a
respected.
board of registrar. He was.
Oh, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, I give him a lot of respect. He knows, and he's typically going to be balanced in many instances. I've helped him over the years since I've been on that committee to see the error of some of his ways and his deliberations, as I typically always do. But back to you. And for me, again, I'm trying to understand this because I know a lot of people who serve as precinct captains, chief election, persons at the poll. So you're saying, help me. Are you saying tell me the definition of a precinct versus a box?
Well, a precinct is where you go to vote. So if you call the box the same thing.
Okay, that's what I
I would
thought.
call
was
it the
getting ready to say,
exact
honey,
same
wait a
thing.
minute now. I just wanted to be clear.
I think it's the same
It's
thing,
the
just
same.
two different words.
Okay, because when he asked you the question, did you mean, well, anyway, because I don't want
right.
nobody to say I'm putting them on the spot now. I am known as a great debater from my training, and I don't want to put anybody on that was in college, of course, in law school. So I don't want to put you on the spot, so I won't ask you that. But when I heard him, so I just wanted to get the clarity, but also just going back, in all seriousness, I'm trying to, because I'll get questions, and I'm just trying to understand how this gets you where you're trying to get to. With regards, and I remember when John Merrill was the Secretary of State, and that was after Trump lost the election, totally lost it. And of course, even John Merrill comes out with the scorecard, the report card, and we were like A minus, A plus in election integrity in the country. And that was what, 2020?
2022, I believe.
2022? Yeah.
Or 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. So even when Tricky Trump lost and he made that comment, you all still whatever, the big lie still whatever. So we're now here. So now we want to audit, and I support the audit. I support it. I think we need it. Because every time you all bring one of these bills, I ask, as I said, how many people out of nearly 6 million people in the state of Alabama, how many? And nobody, not 1 year, has been able to come to this chamber and say that it is at least a bare minimum of 50 to 100. Out of 6 million people, we know not that many are registered, but we have a good number that are voters. And so that has not happened yet. I would love to see the day, but I would not like to see the day because I just wouldn't want to have to question the integrity of the voting process. But, and also because now my jab, I have to take a jab. You all are always the ones worried about the voter integrity when you all have always been the ones who try to stop people from voting. I do not understand this concept when you all fight so hard for something you have denied people so many years to do. So I digress. But now you come for an audit, but the audit, it's not substantive. I mean, it can pass out of here, and I'm sure you're going to have the votes, but it's not substantive. My role here is never to tell you what you shouldn't do. I'm never going to ask you not to do something. I refuse to. My colleagues, they're going to come to this well. Please don't, It's like the priest or the lady that was begging Trump during the inaugural time, and she was begging him about the poor people and the immigrants. And he was standing up looking at her like, girl, are you crazy? I ain't concerned about no housekeepers and people losing their jobs. I know I have a housekeeper back at Mar-a-Lago, and all of my yard and grass gonna be cut. And people gonna fix my bed and all this. Do you think I'm caring about the people in America that's poor? Do you think yeah, so it's, but they do, and everybody's debate style is different. I come down here so I can call out what you're doing wrong. And somebody in the room is gonna write or report back to the people what I found. And I've been pretty good at it over the years. But this one, I do hope that it will be written, that at the end of the day, it doesn't give you what you're trying to do as it relates to determining voter integrity. I agree wholeheartedly with Fincher. Because if you're picking a random precinct, that could be that random precinct that only has 10 voters. I have some precinct, that may have 20, 30 voters.
You would have to have more than 30 votes to be picked.
So more than 30, but not necessarily 100.
Right.
Again, so then what if all of the ones that are picked, with the exception of Jefferson County, Madison, and one or two other ones that's in the Big Ten, you're basically paying. So how much is this going to cost?
$35,000 is the
So we're gonna
estimate
pay
for the state.
$35,000
Per day, yes.
per day.
Yes.
Per day. So if it takes them how many days for 67? So can somebody tell me how much?
And it's not all manually counted, though.
So that means 35,000 times at least, per day per 67 counties?
No. $35,000 for all 67 counties for one day. They can use the tabulators to recount the votes, and only 30 have to be manually counted.
So this is one $35,000 payment, or one $35,000 payment per precinct.
No.
Per tab.
Per the state.
Per
the state.
Entire, so that's
yes, Representative.
$135,000.
Yes.
I am relishing in this moment, Debbie. Again, like I said, I've seen it all. I just don't get this one. I am for an audit. I just don't see the rationale of this one. I see you maybe working with your area where you think a fraud may take place. I know you said 6 votes.
This is not about people. This is about the machine.
The machine, I got it. But we all know that it's people who put the ballots in the machine and do what they
Correct.
do. And the fraud comes about as a result of the people, not necessarily the machine. Now, come on now. Come on now. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, call a thing what it is. But I get it. I'm not here for anything else. But again, I do agree with Fincher. I did want to say, for me, it would be to at least see how we get a clear baseline, because when you're doing audits and things of that nature, and you're doing something from a quantitative approach that will ultimately be qualitative, there has to be a baseline within that, because that's how you basically determine the ultimate outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body is now final passage of HB 30 is substituted and amended. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 yeas, 30 nays, 7 abstention. House Bill 30 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Chair would like to recognize Jamie Lowe from Lee County as a guest of Representative Warren. Jamie, are you still with us? Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. Chair recognize Decatur Morgan Chamber Leadership Class. They are the guests of Representative Collins, Stadthagen, Moore, and Yarborough. Are y'all with us still? Yeah, welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to announce that Rules Committee will meet at 4 o'clock in room 617. 4 o'clock, room 617. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 320 with substitute by Representative Pringle relating to public works contract.
Pro Tem Pringle, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that's a compromise bill that's been worked out with LSA and the Law Institute. It deals with advertising of public works projects, and it allows a way to have a public work project advertised in your local newspaper. But if the awarding body also advertises it at the finance director's website and does it on the local newspaper's electronic version, but also sends out notices to the contractors. If the ad in the paper is not accurate and not done correctly, you don't have to rebid the whole contract. It allows us to move forward with the contracts. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment. It's a technical amendment. When we substituted in committee, the Law Institute caught a mistake. It's just one word change. So with that, I move adoption to BR.
You recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pringle, help me, give me the clarity on this one. This is dealing with, is it advertisement for public bids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, help. That used to be my specialty long time ago. So tell me what you're doing, because I want to make sure there's not a misstep in my understanding.
If you have a public entity that's advertising, awarding a bid, a contract, and the newspaper doesn't properly advertise it the required length of time, we've had instances where the bids were opened, and after the bids were all open, we found out the advertising had not been properly done. So we had to start the whole bid process and advertising process all over again. What this bill does, if you contract with your local newspaper to run it in the print version put it in the electronic version of the local newspaper, but also advertise it over in the finance director's website for all public bids, all public work projects, and you mail the letters to the contractors that have asked to be included in the bid process. If the newspaper fails to properly advertise it, you don't have to start the whole process over again. Because you did these other, it's kind of a hold harmless. Because you did everything else, you're covered, and you can move forward with the bid.
So what you're basically saying is, and I'm just trying to get the clarity, in my former life in dealing with urban planning and development, I had to go through a whole lot of bid processes. And typically, with most open bids anyway, you advertise the bid. There's a time certain for the bids to be open. Sometimes they come with, they have a meeting on the bids. They take questions up to a certain amount of time. So I'm just trying to get down to, when you say, if there is an error in the written advertisement of it, not if there's something that maybe comes up with the bid, just only in the advertisement.
If the newspaper does not properly execute the advertisement, yes. If there's a flaw in the advertisement, but you've done all the other parts of the what you can do, then you can proceed with that project.
Because everybody else has advertised properly.
Yeah.
So my last question is, give me an example, because I've never heard of the news circular because a lot of people don't even have public circulars anymore.
That's the reason why we've done it this way.
Yeah.
What's happened is they failed to run it the proper number of times. The local newspaper didn't run it.
Okay, you're looking at the amount of time that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
They didn't advertise it 3 times like they were supposed to. They might have only done it twice.
twice. Okay.
So what we're doing is, because you did it on the website,
So that
they're
counts
electronic,
as a run.
and you did it on the website, and you did mail. Because you've done all that, you're clear.
So my last question to you, it has always been a standard that is running in what is deemed to be a public circular. And that had been argued in the courts before as to whether the local news, for instance, we had the Birmingham News for many, many years until a few years back. And then everything went to AL.com, and everybody's doing digital. And so it was even questions as to whether places like the Birmingham Times, for instance, which of course was a circular, but it was questioned as to whether or not it was a circular of general, publication. So are we still dealing or treating all of these entities as a general publication or a point of general publication?
We're not changing that at all. Whatever defined as a general publication is still defined as a general publication.
So let me ask you then, so what if the newspaper in the area is the only public circular of general publication that's out there, and they're the ones that make the error?
That's the reason why we're covering. That's been the problem. You can put it in the actual print version. You can put it, if they have an electronic version of their paper, you can put it in that. But you also put it over here in the statewide finance department's website for all public bid projects.
I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem with your bill. I'm trying to get the clarity, because in the courts, the question has always been whether something, you can advertise with all of those people you're talking about. Whichever department, it doesn't matter. The question, however, becomes, is it a publication within general circulation? So and I'm just trying to get the understanding. So if the newspaper, for instance, the Montgomery Advertiser is the general publication that's in circulation, are the ones that have made the mistake. I'm just trying to make sure that with regards to general publication, a circulation that is set for the purpose of the general public. Because although we may think it is done that way in a department, that's not the case. And that has been one of those things that have been had to be determined in court. So I'm just trying, and I've lived through this time too. So however you do it is good. But I want to make sure, because again, at the end of the day, if there's someone who is going to raise an issue or seek some type of remedial measures or damages. In most instances, how they've gotten people is, or whatever, has been because of that. It's that question, and therefore, many times there has had to be a rerun of the advertisement, for that purpose, because with all those other people, it wouldn't matter. And most of the time, people will advertise in different places. But the question becomes, are the ones that you are now rerouting because they've already advertised considered to be advertisement of as a general circular of publication? So that's the thing, and I can look it up later, but I do know that has been tried and tested so many times in the court and becomes problematic. Again, that was in my old life. I haven't had to open up a bid in a long time. But trust me, I done been bruised and battered over it. But I just want to get the clarity, because sometimes we can think that we're solving one problem, but we're creating another one. It's just like, here when we do stuff, if it's a local bill, you can have one word out of place. But I know you're not talking about the construct of the advertisement. You're looking at the run date of the advertisement. So I'll get with Otney and his team to verify if that is the case. But I do know the standard has been that it has to be defined as a circular of general publication. And that's what has been the standard for all of these years. But I don't know everything. I don't profess to. But I thank you for taking the time to give me that.
Thank you. That I move adoption of the BIR.
That's questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 91 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the substitute by State Government Committee.
Okay, you heard the motions to move the adoption. You've heard the explanation of it. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 99 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been amended.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment. It's a technical change to clarify. The substitute had a technical error in it.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 320 by Representative Pringle.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Question for the body's adoption. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage as substituted in amendment.
That is the questions. Final passes as substituted in amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 320 has passed as substituted in amendment. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 319 by Representative Collins relating to early childhood education.
Chairwoman Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that recognition. House Bill 319 actually codifies something that is already in executive order. In Alabama, we are already participating at different levels with the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. And what this does is for anybody that's participating and signs up, that child gets a book every month in the mail from the time they're born till they start kindergarten. I think it's a great program. It requires a 50% match, 50-50 match with that local community. In Morgan County, we're already participating, and actually as Rotary president this year, it is my chosen philanthropy. So I asked for the adoption of the BIR.
Next question is, I got a couple. Miss Hall, lady from Madison.
I was back there trying to read. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady, I was trying to read it, and I had not gotten to your bill yet. The I think I understood you to say it's the Dolly Parton program.
Dolly
That
Parton
is-
Imagination Library.
And the program, and so we are presently doing it in Alabama.
We are presently doing it in some locations in Alabama. It is part of an executive order, and this would codify that executive order so that we will continue doing it.
The executive order as presented by the governor.
Yes.
Okay. And the intent is to make sure that every child pre-K through
Kindergarten.
pre-K, just pre-K and kindergarten?
No. Every child from the time they're born, birth,
Okay,
to
that's
when
what I
they
understood.
start kindergarten, every month they get an age-appropriate book in their hands.
So how do they get this process? Because would the applications be at the doctor's office, all of these different places?
Yes, those different people are the ones that are advertising and communicating, but schools are doing it, different people.
How many schools in Alabama that's doing it today? Do you know?
I don't know how many. I know our system is, and it's not really the schools because it's before they start school.
Right.
But this one also would say that they would have a report, an annual report, that was let us know how many local programs there are, where those programs are, the number of children, the number of books, and the names of the local partner that's matching.
So I think it's been recently that the governor has done the.
We just matched what her executive order said.
So my next question is, at this point, where areas where this does not exist, what is the process for being able to become a part of that?
That they would just apply, and hopefully when it's part of law and not just part of executive order, that they will get more information and they'll participate.
I think it's wise if legislators had those applications, have the information as well. So I'm certainly interested in because I can think of other places and various places where giving parents access to things such as the book, that would be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes this lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Colvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. This is very important for my district, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I just appreciate this program. I know in the city of Birmingham, they have offered this program, I think, when she first started offering the books from birth to kindergarten. We started through the mayor's office of youth services in the city of Birmingham. So they have been long-running advocates of Ms. Parton's book initiative that they've had, and it's benefited so many of our children to start them off at birth to becoming lifelong readers and learners, and that's what our intentions are for our children, that they'll be forever learners and readers. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
I'd ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. You yield. This is a very appropriate bill. I've had experience with it with my own children.
good.
Even at night, when I gone back to school, the baby wouldn't go back to sleep. And the grandmother wondered what was wrong. And she called me and asked every night. We put him to bed, and no, he cries.
Oh.
So I said, look around, and you'll see some little books that make sound, moo, moo, whatever. I said, read one of those. She said, oh my God, the baby went to sleep right away. I only have 2 questions about as it relates to the Dolly Parton. You know, our community service grants that we get.
Yes.
All right. Would a school, would those applying, would that, it won't qualify?
You could partner with a school foundation to do that potentially, and they could be a partner and you could put some money towards that locally. We would have to think creatively because it's before they get to school. I'm not sure the school would be the best one, but if you have a youth services or you have a boys and girls club or something with an after school program, someone that already has a nonprofit, that would be a good partner. Like I mentioned, I'm doing it with our Rotary and we're donating money.
Okay, I got that. All right, so therefore, Dolly Parton her child program was chosen because it's already in the system.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how many schools already have it, do you?
I don't, right, well, it's not through the schools, so it's through the counties. So it's through, each county has it separate. And I don't know exactly how many are. Because see, it's before they get to school.
Okay. So therefore, you're saying you have to partner with the county.
Well, it's through each county. You do it county by county.
Wow.
I can find out for you how many are already participating. I sure can.
Well, I'm interested in my counties. That's why I'm asking you that. But it's a good program.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 319. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. According to 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 319 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. That's a good bill. Thank you. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 281 by Representative Alman relating to municipal zoning boards of adjustment.
Representative Alman, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is HB 281. We had this bill and passed it last year. It is in regard to appeals from municipal zoning boards of adjustment. And the problem is that current law requires the party basically that loses at the Board of Adjustment level to file, if they can file an appeal in circuit court, and they have 15 days to give notice to the city that they're filing their appeal. The problem is a lot of people do give notice that they're filing their appeal, but then they never actually file an appeal. And the problem is there's no prescribed time by which they have to file that appeal. So this bill requires that you have to file the appeal within 30 days from the decision of the board. And with that, Mr. Speaker, unless there are questions, I'll call for the BIR.
That is questions adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 281. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 281 has passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 253 with substitute by Representative Colvin relating to taxation.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last year we passed this bill out of the House unanimously, and it died the last day in the Senate. It exempts the gross receipts from the sale of certain aircraft and aircraft parts from the state sales and use tax, as long as the state's lease and rental tax. It allows your local governments to opt in, and it has a 5-year sunset. What we found out is we're losing opportunities to other states because of this tax, so we want to remove that so our Alabama-based companies can compete better with other states. And that's pretty much all the bill does. There is a technical amendment from the committee, so Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
As questions, adoption of the BIR, clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Thank you, Body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee sub, all it does is there's 2 sections of the bill that applies to the local opt-in provision. The first is for the sales tax, and the second section is for the lease and rental tax. And the committee sub just clarifies that second section is for the lease and rental tax. And I offer the committee sub.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage.
As questions, final passage of HB 253. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 253 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 322 with substitute by Representative Hulk Jones relating to health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 322 is a postpartum depression bill. It requires the Alabama Department of Public Health to develop educational materials on postpartum depression. Further requires doctors and other healthcare professionals to assess, have a conversation regarding postpartum depression. The sub will explain some other items that were removed.
You've heard the explanation of the bill. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee sub removed everything that referred to Medicaid. Medicaid made those changes without the legislation, so if there are no questions, like to ask for passage of the bill, of the sub.
You've heard the explanation of the sub. Question for the body now is passage of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, committee.
Question for the body. Wait a minute. Whoa. You won't pass it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Final passage?
Okay.
Thanks.
The question for the body now is final passage of HB 322 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 322 has passed as substituted.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you, dear.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 307 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to the courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is known as the Speedy Trial Act. What it does is that if there is a backlog in a circuit, it allows the Attorney General or the District Attorney of that circuit to petition the Chief Justice to get either a retired judge or to shift a judge from another circuit to help clear up that backlog. There is a committee amendment, Mr. Speaker, and if I could, what the amendment does is simply adds to this the ability of the presiding circuit judge in each circuit to shift the judges within that circuit to take care of any backlog that they see, any needs that they see. So with that, I would ask that we, for the BIR, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
Judge Hill, is my bill in your committee tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be my best I can be standing up here then. Okay, no problem. I changed my mind. No, I'm just kidding. I love me some me. Listen, seriously. I missed what you were saying. What does this bill do?
All right. We have circuits in this state that are backlogged. And
Oh,
they're
definitely.
Criminal cases
absolutely.
backlogged. So this gives the attorney general or the district attorney in that circuit the option to request that the chief justice assign either a retired judge to help with that backlog or shift judges from another circuit.
I thought we were already doing that though.
We're
I know we call in some of the, the special judges or judges when there's a recusal, but I thought in some of the
But that's recusals.
Yeah, that's
This is
yeah,
not a recusal. This
but
is,
I thought we were we had done something a couple of years ago to deal with the backlog.
we did, back in the 90s, we actually took care of it. We called it a rocket docket.
Yeah, I got
And-
that.
But it was civil. It wasn't criminal.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so this is criminal.
Right.
So why would that already not? We would have to put that in law for to specifically specify criminal versus the civil. Because I thought they were already doing it. But I mean, I
Well,
think it's a great bill.
You know, part of the issue is some circuits bifurcate the assignment of their judges.
Judges, yeah.
So what this does also is allows the presiding circuit judge to shift an individual judge from one division to another if they need to help care for that backlog. So hopefully, look, we got some problems. We got some backlogs that we need to get rid of.
Oh, absolutely.
And hopefully this will help us not only get rid of them, but not have that same backlog going forward.
Oh yeah, I hear this all the time. Of course, everybody on the bench in Jefferson County I've been knowing forever and a day. So, the Jefferson County is its own strange animal within itself. But I just don't know why I thought I could be mistaken, and maybe it's just the judges up there when they, Okay, but no, I think it's a good bill. I think we need it. I would like to know how backlogged we are in the system. We hear it in, for instance, one of the judges in Jefferson County that I've known forever, we talk about it all the time, but that's on the civil side, of course, and then especially after COVID. And then I knew there was a backlog on the criminal side. I just didn't know how much of a backlog.
I truly don't know how much, but it's bad enough that a lot of these are violent crimes and are violent offenses, and they need to get tried.
Yeah, but also, and I mean, it's an aside to it. You have some, especially like in Birmingham, I had not even thought about it, and it wasn't until District Attorney Danny Carr and I were talking one day, and he was saying how overtaxed, overworked, because even if you now have the judges, he's saying, Wandala, we don't have the prosecutors. I only have X amount of prosecutors, and if you have 100 murders in Jefferson County, we got 100 people we have to try to cases. So that's going to also add to the further backlog because you have so much crime on the criminal level that, So it's one of those things.
I don't think this is a magic bullet at all.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think it's a start in moving down the road that we need to move down.
Yeah, I think it's a good bill. I mean, I have no problem with it. Like I said, I thought we were already doing some of that, and it could be because maybe some of the judges there requested, from the AOC or something.
Well,
I
and
don't
if
know.
your DA wants to do it, it will help to move it on down that road.
Okay. All right.
And your DA would be the one that would know how to assign the ADAs to fill that gap.
To
too.
fill the gap, yeah. But like I said, when you got that extra 100 on top of 100 on top of 100, because you haven't gotten to the 100 the year before, it's
It's a
so,
problem. Look,
it's-
I understand what you're saying. It's a good step in the right.
Oh yeah.
Step in
Oh, I
the right
think
direction.
so. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Request for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Sir, I have an amendment I'd like to offer.
Okay, I've got a substitute first,
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I would like to adopt the.
and you've done explained the substitute.
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Request for the body's adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Good.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Sir, the amendment, Mr. Speaker, just simply changes a word on page 1 from violent crimes to violent offenses.
Clerk, say the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 307 by Representative Hill.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Request for the body's adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Mr. Chairman,
I would now ask for final passage as amended.
that is questions. Final passage as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 307 has passed as amended.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 264 by Representative Crawford relating to vessel registration.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you remember, body, about 3 years ago, those who were here, we passed a state reservoir management grant fund program where the $5 for every boat was registered went into that fund. The way we did it caused some issues with ALEA that jeopardized U.S. Coast Guard grants of about $660,000. This changes the way we did it, where it would go into, it would straight go into the treasurer, and they would send the money then to the management program. So that's what HB 264 does. With that, I'll ask for the BIR.
There's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage, HB 264. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 264 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, Joe. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 232 with substitute by Representative Baker relating to juvenile court.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a school notification bill regarding juveniles that have been charged with a crime that, if committed as an adult, would be a Class A or B felony. But actually, there was a amendment tagged on in committee. So if the quicker we get to the substitute, we can clarify on what this would do to change the bill, the substance of the bill. At this time, I'll move for passage of the BR.
That's questions. The adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, what the committee sub, the amendment does, This restricts it, so particularly with juveniles, there's a policy in the juvenile courts of confidentiality, really trying to be very protective of those juveniles. But with that, so it's where this was being more restrictive of the crimes. Instead of what the original bill was, if committed as an adult, would be a Class A or B felony. This now then makes it restrictive to violent crimes. And I would list those crimes just very quickly. This would be capital offense then of murder, rape in the first degree, sodomy in the first degree. So this would restrict it just to the violent crimes for schools to be notified, mandated by the juvenile courts to be able to notify the schools. With that then, I'll be glad to take any questions, or if not, then I'll move for adoption of the substitute.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the substitute. Representative Bracy, you want to talk on the sub of the bill? Sub. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I just wanted to get some clarity. All the bills I kind of looked through today, this is the only one that kind of jumped out to me a little bit. So let's talk about the sub a little bit.
Okay.
And so this is if a juvenile commits a crime, we're notifying whom? What are we doing?
As it is now, as it stands right now, it's not a shall be notified. It's only the juvenile court may notify.
Right.
So there's no requirement of that. And one of the issues that sort of evolved of this has happened in various locations across the state. There would be in a school system, then it's all of a sudden, unknown to the school officials or some of the students. There is a student at a desk and they've got an ankle monitor on, and everyone's baffled. Somewhat. What's going on? Hey. So anyway, right. They're not notified, and so this would make it where the schools would be required to be notified for violent crimes.
So I guess that's kind of where my issue comes in with this, because first off, a lot of times juveniles have to be protected, right? And it seems that we're going around the protective status that a lot of these juveniles have by having their cases sealed or being able to get youthful offender at some point and have the opportunity to, I guess, right the wrongs that they've done and just kind of grow up to live and be productive citizens, because this is pre-conviction, right?
That is correct.
So we're gonna, so that gives me more pause, because pre-conviction, we're gonna go out and we're gonna let everybody know that this person has been arrested and charged with a crime, but they have not been committed of this crime, but we want to let everybody know to be on alert of this person as if they have already been convicted. And it just kind of leave me in a tough situation. I'm not trying to, I'm not filibustering your bill. I'm not doing all of that. I'm the only person that abstained from the bill. Everybody else was green light. But it just give me serious pause, because this is a kid that has not been convicted of anything, but yet we're about to sound the alarm to let everybody know that they may or may not have done something, but they're going to be treated. As soon as we go and tell the administration that this kid is in this school, they're going to start being treated as a criminal as if they've already been convicted. And I just don't think that's fair.
Well, you make some very valid points on that. I would say this, but we also, I think, need to look at the other side, and that is, say, for example, I know you've got a daughter and such, and now the daughter who's unaware, and she happens now is seated in the desk next to, and she notices as she's looking down and sees an ankle monitor on this classmate of hers, and is very sort of troubled. Recognizing, hey, something's amiss and all. And so I think there's concerns.
So what would this bill do? Would this bill make it where that student can't come to school?
No, this doesn't. This doesn't make it.
So what would be the difference? If the student can still attend school, whether this bill passed or not, what would be the difference?
It's where, so for example, if you as that parent of that daughter sitting next to this young man that's been charged, not convicted, just charged this time, but with a violent crime. And once again, so we did restrict it. At first, it was a little bit more open-ended, So we had to be, I think, very protective. You make a very valid point. We want to be very sensitive then to confidentiality for, these juvenile offenders.
Right.
Or charged.
We're supposed to be.
Right. And so that's what this is attempting to do, is to make it really restrictive, so it's not going to be sort of more open-ended as the bill originally was, but make it more restrictive just to these violent crimes. So for the school officials, it makes no requirements, mandates of the school officials, what they must or must not do, any of that. It's simply that they've been notified. So now, if you've contacted school officials saying, hey, what's the deal? My daughter came home and she was very troubled about this. And now that school official at least say, well, this is, so they've at least now communicated or would be able to communicate effectively. Other than that, they would have no knowledge of it or no way to respond. Well, like, we don't even know about this charge.
But I guess I'm wondering, what about the rights of the person that's innocent until proven guilty? That person has rights as well. Because if you go through this process, let's just say we go through this entire process and you notify the administration and things start kind of getting out, secrets are not kept, and people start treating this person as if they're a criminal and then they're found not guilty. That's a scar on this kid for the rest of their life. Whether they found guilty or not, it's a public perception is going to be on them, because just, like I know, you still know people you went to the second grade with. You still know people you went to middle school with. We all grow together. We live in the same communities. And if this stigma is placed on this person, it's going to be on them regardless. And if they're found innocent, we've placed this stigma on them. And it just seemed unfair to me, knowing that this person, we're convicting them before they're convicted, basically.
Well, the other part is this. Now, if you recognize within the school environment, there are, you want to call it sort of segmented opportunities for education. So it's where an individual could be sort of, if you will, instead of in the mainstream population of the school, would be that they are placed in an alternative type of setting. Not necessarily meant to stigmatize them, but it could be that this is something that one is somewhat, it's where they've simply been still provided that education, but put them in a setting where there would be maybe less, as you said, whether it be students may or may not know, they talk and such, that they might know that this individual was charged with a crime or such, but whatever. But once again, we're talking about strictly the violent crimes.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I had a situation. My nephew was shot December the 16th by a ninth grader. My nephew's my age. He's 47. Just was a situation, asked the kid to move the car. The car was parked in front of some of our family property. Yeah. The kid just got upset. Can't tell kids nothing no more, and he shot him. End up, kid is in the ninth grade.
Yeah.
But until that person is convicted, I don't think that we have the authority to go around and tell everybody, beware of this person, beware of this person, because that's why you have this process. You have due process that everybody should have to go through. I don't think I would have the right to call the school and say, this person did this, or when they go to Sunday school, this person did this. Now they at Bible study, this person, wherever they go, as if they have to carry this with them because they are not convicted of a felony. You're talking about crimes that are felonies. They're not convicted of a felony, but we're treating them as such. Are we violating their constitutional rights by doing this?
Well, it's not as if the school officials are necessarily, I might have miscommunicated in that school officials, some might have someone that is, in fact, Chairman Judge Hill was really making some very strong points to me. He said that oftentimes he would try to ensure that the school officials were there at the court proceedings, the juvenile court proceedings, so that they were aware, that is, of things that were moving forward. So school officials might already be aware of this. This doesn't mean that they're totally ignorant of any type of crime, so that could already be part of the process, and would be encouraged for school officials at the front end to be involved. But this would simply mandate that for only the violent crimes, that at least school officials would be notified, just for their knowledge. It doesn't mean that there's anything they have to do with that.
So what are they going to do? Notified to do what with the information? I know sometimes the detectives may reach out to the school if the crime was committed, let's say during school hours, to know, was this person at school today? You know, but can they give like real detail about the arrest and what the charges are?
No. What the bill would do is simply that the school official be notified by the juvenile court that this juvenile has been charged with this violent offense. That's it. I mean, now it would be up to them. Now, if they go beyond that, that would be between, the school official and the juvenile court judge.
I have a lot of heartburn about it because of what happened to my nephew, and because I know that this kid, this 9th grader, is still out here roaming around. I do have issue with that. I hope the sheriff department can make something happen with that because they know who it is. But then still, on the flip side, I just think a person due process of being innocent until proven guilty is something that's very, very important and something that's a foundation constitutional right that we all have. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Yes,
this
thank you,
doesn't touch
gentlemen.
that in regards to the innocence, but thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Reverend Morris, speaking on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, with the gentleman yield.
Certainly.
I guess this came through committee when I was sick.
Okay.
Yes. So we are going
because this went through judiciary. That's what you're talking about?
No, this came through judiciary?
Judiciary.
Oh, no, I thought it came through.
So the legal minds all got to look at it.
Yeah. But give me just a little background of it. Just give me a little background.
The genesis of the bill primarily was that there were some juveniles, as they're going through school, and once again, it was, I guess, more the ankle monitor sort of example is really one of those types of things that where there's perhaps a more serious crime that's been committed. But right now, it's only where school officials may be notified by the courts, so it doesn't mean the courts can't notify them, so that could be a possibility already occurring. So it somewhat, even though the comments made by Representative Bracy on this, school officials still have the opportunity to be notified right now under current law, but it's not mandated. But so the concern was that there were some school officials that were completely, unaware, baffled, as maybe now either parents have complained that, you've got a student there and my child's come home then concerned because they're wearing an ankle monitor.
Okay, so in order for them to get an ankle monitor, they have to be already convicted, right?
No.
So if you charged,
Right.
but not convicted, you automatically get an ankle monitor?
Right. Well, my understanding is that the ankle monitor is used somewhat for opportunities that is determine where they would be or locations that they're restricted to go or not go or that type of thing. Just be able to somewhat know the whereabouts of that individual.
Okay, so and we're talking about juveniles. So if
that have committed violent crimes.
Okay, they committed a violent crime, and we got a list of violent crimes. But if you wearing an ankle monitor, more than likely the student will have on some pants, some jeans, or some kind of slacks or something. No one is just walking around in the school with their ankle monitor actually showing. But my question would be,
until PE class,
are we putting something in place, jumping ahead of what is? Like, if you have not been charged, I wouldn't want no one to put that stigma on my child for being, saying that they did something violent, and then it come back that they didn't do it, but now you already don't put an ankle monitor on him, going based on what you're saying, and he hasn't been convicted. Now we're gonna tell everybody at the school that he's done a violent crime and be aware, and he hasn't been convicted.
If I may interrupt, so this isn't where they're telling the entire school. They're not doing this. This is, so the juvenile court would go to the head person, so that'd be either the superintendent, or in a private school system, it'd be the headmaster or / principal. And now they need to be sensitive to that information because that's all part of the confidentiality with the juvenile court system. And that's really what this is. So it's not like there's any attempt to try to just make it open and everybody knows about this. It'd be just the top official at each of the respective school system, public or private.
So what is the process now that if you have a juvenile that's committed let's say he's committed a crime and already been convicted and he's in the juvenile facility and about to transition back into high school or junior high school. So what is the procedures for that right now? What are they actually saying to administration? Because I know if they go to juvenile, that the juvenile courts can get the students work for them to bring it to the juvenile, right? Not like Mount Meigs or somewhere, but to the juvenile facility. So they actually get all their schoolwork, and the work is so. Is that information already given to the teachers or just to the administration? How is the process now?
The process now, the word is may, not shall. So as it is right now, then the juvenile court may then make the school officials aware of it. That's the current law.
But when you say school districts, who are you talking about? Are you just talking about the superintendent, the principal?
The bill is restricted. Yeah, so this isn't where the information is broadcast to the school or the entire faculty or the students, any of that. So this would be to the top official of the school. So the case of public schools would be superintendent. For private schools, it'd be a headmaster, principal, then would be the top official. And those, I'll say this, those officials, I mean, they understand the juvenile court system, that it is something that there are great concerns for confidentiality, because it's not as if they're necessarily, I mean, they're not guilty until, I mean, convicted and all and such. So, and so this could be either way. It could be where they either have been convicted or either it's where they may be in the process of litigation going forward.
The process is the problem, right? Because we put the cart before the horse. What I mean is we already given them a guilty verdict. We are already saying that because you've been charged, you're guilty. That's what we're saying. There's no due process with this right here. We're just saying straight off the bat that as soon as you get stopped, let's say it's 4 or 5 teenagers in a car, one of them get in trouble, and we got this thing in Alabama, the guilty by association. So now all of them are in trouble, but they haven't been convicted. And your child just so happened to be one of the ones that was inside the vehicle. Now you don't say it, all of them in the car is guilty just by association, and now all of the officials or the lead officials got to know exactly what took place before they've been convicted.
As it stands right now, once again, to reiterate, the juvenile courts may inform the school officials right now. So that can be happening all across the state. So theoretically, every school system in the state may already be notified. They could. I'm saying if every single juvenile court throughout the state was following the may, and once they may, and they decide that, yeah, we feel like it's important for the school officials to know this, and so they're already doing that. So it's not like it's changing anything. It's simply what this does is particularly make a mandate. So if there's a violent crime, it would. So I'm saying even the violent crimes, and right now, that still is something that's already in place. But this would make it restrictive then, that there would be a mandate for the violent crimes for school systems, because there could be some school systems, for whatever reasons, that are not being notified by their juvenile court, and they would like that opportunity at least to know. That is, I mean, what's going on? Hey, why is this kid wearing the ankle monitor?
So if he's in school and he has on an ankle monitor, and if he's wearing jeans or pants and don't no one know that he has on an ankle monitor, now we're gonna make it where the juvenile facility is mandatory for them to call and say, hey, we have an ankle monitor on him because not just because he committed a crime, because the ankle monitor is just like you said, to figure out where you are, right? So, and make sure that you keep up with curfew.
Right.
So now we're gonna tell them that they got the ankle monitor on to keep up with curfew and to monitor them, but also to inform you that he's been charged or she's been charged with a violent crime. They haven't been found guilty, but this ankle monitor is just to keep up with where they are. But I understand the point of the ankle monitor and trying to keep up with them. I just don't understand if they haven't been convicted, why are we putting a cart
That's still,
before
so
the horse?
this doesn't have anything to do with whether convicted or whether discharged. I mean, it's on either end. It's simply the school officials being notified on either front.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, representing Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Help me understand the genesis of this bill.
As it stands now, the current law makes no requirement that school officials be notified. It simply may is the way it now words that juvenile courts may then notify school officials. So that's whether it be violent crimes or even lesser crimes. This would be a bill that would be restrictive now with the amendment that was tagged on in committee and Judiciary Committee to make it so it would be only for violent crimes that there would be a mandate for that. There seems to be a number of school officials, if they had the choice of like, had you rather be notified or not be notified about juveniles that are going through the juvenile court. And we're not talking about school-related offenses necessarily, things that, well, could have been well away from the school premises and not necessarily things that the school official would be informed of having occurred. So this would be where, I mean, this bill would require for the violent crimes that schools then have that ability just for the top leader to be notified.
Is it not a duty now for someone to inform, or does the school not already have capacity to know if someone has committed a violent crime or not? And define violent crime for me.
Yeah, well, the way for the amendment then is really restricted for these things, then a capital offense for murder, rape in the first degree, and sodomy in the first degree. So those are the restrictions. And so there, to your point then, or your question, there's no requirement right now that schools be notified.
Okay. So let me be clear. Your bill basically says that if a child, which is a minor, that is of school age, that attends a school system, I'm assuming public schools, right?
Well, this is for public and private.
Public and private schools. It's amazing now how we passing all these laws for public and private around here. It's just amazing. But when private schools lose funding or private schools close or colleges close, we turn a blind eye and do not help them. I continue to say there's a level of hypocrisy. If what you do for one, you do for all. What subject matter you do, you should do for all subject matter. So that's just me. I digress. Now, so there would be a duty to report to the school system if a minor or a child or a student therein has committed a violent crime, as you said, violent crime, or any crime.
No. You're talking about current, or you're talking about should this bill pass? What
did you just say? I'm saying what you just said. You said that they would be, if the child has committed a crime. I asked you to define the crimes. Did you just not do that?
Well, I thought you were asking relative to the amendment that was tagged on.
I'm talking about the bill, the amendment, all of it, whatever it is. Okay. I mean, it's a part of the bill.
So with the substitute that was adopted in Judiciary Committee, this would restrict it just to violent crimes. Originally, it was going to be, the bill would be that the juvenile, if having committed a crime, that if as an adult would be a Class A or B felony, That was the original bill.
And then I asked you to define violent crime. Which violent crime? Did you not just roll a list of violent crimes off? Am I missing something?
No, you did.
Now listen, Baker, come on now. Come on. Bring it in. I'm asking a very simple question, and my question was simple. And I asked you, the genesis. I don't know what you said, but you said something. Then I asked you about is it requiring a duty to report? Before I asked that, whether it be private or public, I then asked you the crimes, and then you read off the list of crimes. Then I closed with the question whether or not this was public and private, and you said the bill covers public and private, and I went into my dissertation thesis or what have you on making sure we balance or find a balance. It is amazing we can pass legislation for public-private when it's this type of legislation, but when we have colleges of higher education to get in trouble around here, we don't want to help the schools. So that's all I left off of, and then I went back to the reporting. So are we clear?
Clear to the extent that what the bill does and what is presently in place.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So
I didn't ask you what was in place. I'm talking about what you're doing. I'm talking about what you're doing with this bill. Am I not? I'm trying to get the clarity on the bill that you have
and I won't to mess my bill. I'll try to answer any of your questions that you have. I just felt like for oftentimes to understand that is what is being changed, it's very important to understand what was or what is in place. And so if we don't need to discuss what's in place, then I'll be glad just to
from now on
communicate.
you understand something. When I come in this well, if I don't understand what was and what wasn't, you know what I always say, or if I have not had time to treat the bill, I say I have not had time to treat the bill. Now, if I don't say that, I'm good. So I'm just trying to get to the context for which the bill is constructed now. I ain't talking about what you used to do. I'm just trying to get to the context of it. That's all I'm trying to do.
The bill restricts that school officials only be notified. When I say school officials, actually it's the top school official. We're talking about the superintendent for the public schools. It would be the headmaster for the private schools, that they be notified by the juvenile court if there's been a violent crime that a juvenile has been charged with or convicted of.
Okay, that's what I want to get to. So even if they have not been convicted, you still want the juvenile court to notify the school system. Because why would you notify someone of something and they have not been properly, justly, and fairly adjudicated, or it has not been so ordered by the court?
That's currently in place now. They may.
But
so they can do that already, and that does occur.
But now you're saying either or. So my question is, why would you shift if they already can do it? Why do we need it now? I'm just trying to get to why we need this now.
School officials that were not notified by the juvenile court, they became concerned because of some different juvenile.
School officials where? School officials where? And when you say qualified school officials.
Now, as I understand, this has occurred in some other locations, which I cannot name. It originated out of Baldwin County, which I can specify it has occurred in Baldwin County, one of the two counties that I serve.
Okay, so you're bringing a bill because something occurred in the county you represent, and
as well as other locations across the state, but I can't give you those exact instances.
So you've spoken with those superintendents in those other locations?
There has been revealed that this has occurred in other locations.
How?
Also,
Revealed how? Revealed how? Revealed how?
Oh, revealed, okay. This will be through superintendents having spoken with one another.
That's hearsay in the court. So I would like to know what see, and this is the problem I have. Again, I stand here for myself. I don't stand here for anyone else. Because when you say that you have other superintendents, well, was my superintendent a part of that? I mean, so when you say that to qualify something, that's not true. And when you all come here, y'all do it the way y'all want to do it. I don't care what you do in this house. I really don't. But and I don't try, as I said, I don't try to make you right. I don't try to make you wrong. But if you're gonna come with it, don't come here. That is this kind of stuff. But anyway, it's vague, and that's how you have unintended consequences. So when you say superintendents, I don't care what bill I have when I come here. I don't care whether you believe it, like it. You can fact check it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you can fact check it. Because I will have done my homework.
Right.
So I get bothered by that. And this conversation shouldn't have had to go there. I appreciate it, Mr.
The
Speaker.
lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I think what you've experienced from the time that Representative Bracy came up to the mic and spoke and has spoken to this is that as people have really thought about what they heard, that's the one thing I like about debates and listening to other individuals talk about, why they are for or against the bill. It's an opportunity to share. As one who served in the classroom, we know that people talk. And sometimes when things happen to a young person or an individual that is sent back to the school, we know what that's like. I've been there. I've seen it.
Right.
And so I was not that I'm opposed to the bill, but I do think that there ought to be some criteria for the school. I haven't figured out yet what that should be, but the one thing that I will tell you from my experience is I didn't spend any time in the workroom, the teacher's workroom. I wouldn't spend time. I'd say, there should be no discussion of this individual in the workroom because opinions are formed.
You and I were a lot alike in that, nor did I spend those times because there are a lot of unhealthy discussions that sometimes
exactly.
occur. Right.
They not only talk about the students where something has happened, they talk about the student's mama, the student's daddy, auntie, cousins, all of those people. And many times it causes opinions that you ordinarily would not have.
Right.
So I am grateful for the conversation that has occurred, and also to the fact that as we move with this particular bill, that we look at maybe some criteria, in addition to letting them know. Now, on the other side, in terms of letting somebody know that a person has some issues, I think that only the person that would know that should be the counselor. Not necessarily the classroom teacher, if there's some problems existing in that class. Remember, these are my own personal opinion, that the counselor certainly, or that person that is that the child would have an opportunity to go to. And the parents should have that opportunity as well. It may not be that the teacher needs to know at that time unless he or she notices some problems that are existing. The one thing that I say about this bill is I find us doing that a lot here in this chamber. You've been in the classroom. You have some idea what happened. But most of us don't. I mean, other than when we were in school. But I do believe that this bill is a reason or causes us to think about how children are treated, what is going to happen, and what kind of opinions will people form about them in the classroom. Because now, that when people talk, they don't talk just to the teachers, they talk to the janitor, they talk to the librarian, they talk to the students. And 9 times out of 10, before the student gets back, the student has told somebody too, if he or she knows that. But I do appreciate the opportunity to hear the responses because I had those feelings and I said, okay, I certainly do appreciate an opportunity for making sure information is provided to make sure that that child can continue to be a successful individual or to help that child. But also from the other side, understanding that we should not put them in a situation where that child will be already found guilty of something prior to his or her being convicted or charged. They could have been charged but have not been convicted.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 83 ayes, 7 nays. The sub has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of HB 232 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 79 ayes, 8 nays. HB 232 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 356 by Representative Woods relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 356 amends our current terrorist threat law to create more consequences for those who commit the crime of making a terrorist threat in the first or second degree. I brought this bill after a rash of school shooting threats and bomb threats took place across our state earlier this year. This is a serious crime, and I'm asking us to implement some practical safeguards to reduce the threat of this risk being acted upon. This bill also allows for the cost associated with responding to a threat outlined in this bill to be recouped in the form of restitution, shifting the burden from taxpayers to the guilty party. This law will help act as a deterrent for those who would threaten our churches, schools, and government activities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there was a lot of schools in our district that went on lockdown as many as 6 times in a matter of just a few weeks earlier this school year, and I would venture to say that we've all experienced these types of events in our respective communities. As a parent, I expect my child to be safe, just like you do when we take them to school. I expect the same for our teachers and our school employees. I wish we didn't need this law. I wish students could just go to school and do their work and then come home safely, but we live in a world where that's not always the case, and every threat has to be taken seriously. I encourage us to pass this bill to protect our schools, protect our students, and our teachers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Shelby, Representative Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 356 by Representative Halsey.
Representative Halsey, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Representative Woods and I were discussing this bill previously to kind of just try to address a little bit of an area of concern that I had. I appreciate you working with me on that. So first of all, I'll say thank you to that. But basically what this will do is right now the law, it requires the principals to report this if it occurs. All this is going to do is it will make an exemption that, well, let me just read the words. So the principal may notify the appropriate law enforcement official if they violate this, and this is going to apply only to the exceptional students as defined by Section 1639-2. So it's just going to carve a little bit out that gives those principals a little bit more discretion to take care of those incidences.
Thank you, Representative Halsey. I agree with you. This is a great idea, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I consider this a friendly amendment.
Here, you've heard the explanation of the bill, and he considers it a friendly amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the exceptional students?
So this is defined in our state code. It's
Tell me what the state code say. Who's the exceptional student?
So it's your. I need to get the. I'd have to get the definition, but it's.
I wanna
it's
know that.
addressing your special needs kids.
Well, I don't think that's right, because I would dare to say that at that moment that any child would threaten a school, that child is exceptional at that point. And I say that because it's happened to a young man recently in Birmingham, good kid. Nobody can say anything about that child that's bad. Well-disciplined child. But for some reason, at some point in time, that child snapped and threatened to kill everybody in the school. So I'm saying at that moment in time, that child was exceptional. Something snapped in him. Could nobody ever, from nobody in the community, to not a teacher that's ever had him, to not a person that's ever come around him, well-disciplined, but just for a moment or whatever, and what triggered him to do what he did, I would say at that moment he was exceptional and needed some type of help. So I don't know why we would do that, because even with a child if they special need, if they get down to the point that their special need allow them to know that they can put somebody else's life in harm and in danger, I don't think that person needs an exception, because I would argue that if for anybody to do that, at that point something is going on that is highly unusual for that person in the first place, especially seeing a child that's well-mannered, come from a good family. Nobody could say, well, I've ever had any trouble. He's always obedient. He's always this. He's always that. But for a few minutes, for whatever happened during those few seconds, for him to make a terrorist threat like that, that child at that point in time was exceptional. So I disagree with that, because even a person in special need, and then we have to realize special needs covers a whole gamut of things, from students that's way at the bottom of the totem pole to students who are geniuses. They're still special needs students because they require special care. Right. So I think that is such a broad spectrum that you put in there. And I could be so smart, I could sit here and just playing something that I think is going to be perfect to terrorize somebody else. But at the same time, I'm special need. I just don't think that we ought to do that, because at whatever point in time that person did it, again, and I would hope everybody would hear, is something exceptional and special at that point that has gone terribly wrong in that person's way of thinking. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris, speaking on the floor amendment.
Speak with the gentlelady here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, special needs, right? So I know a lot of people in here, when we hear special needs, the first thing comes to mind is maybe some kind of handicap. That's in your mind, but that's not what it means, right? I have special needs in my family, right? I got a little uncle that I call well, actually, I'm trying to find the right words. He's my little uncle, but I love him to death. But, baby, if you walk past him and you said something to him, it takes nothing for him to leap out his wheelchair and grab you and put you on that floor where he at. Now, I don't know who's going to come and get you up off that floor, but that's where he going to put you at. So, but that's what people hear or think about when they hear it. But what about the people that's in, so when you saying special needs, is this with people that's in, I don't even know how the school system work anymore, well, special education. I don't know if they actually in just a special education class, or are they actually inside the classroom? What constitutes them as like for the special education?
So I will just read this definition and I'll thank Representative Rigsby for pulling this for me. So exceptional children as defined in the law states persons between the ages of 6 and 21 years of old who have been certified under regulations of the State Board of Education by a specialist as being unsuited for enrollment in regular classes of the public school, or who are unable to be educated or trained adequately in the regular classrooms, including but not limited to the mildly and moderately and severely retarded, and also the profoundly retarded, the speech impaired, the hearing impaired, deaf and partially impaired, the blind and vision impaired, the crippled, and those having other physical handicaps not otherwise specifically mentioned herein, the emotionally conflicted, and those dealing with learning disabilities, multiple handicapped, and our intellectually gifted students.
Emotionally and conflicted.
But keep in mind, they have to have a specialized certification. So it's not like we can just claim this. Like, you've got to have documented proof that this is a situation that does apply to you, and there's measures that have been put in place, right? Like your IEPs, your 504s, that kind of stuff. So not like I can just be like, hey, by the way, I have
Well, they
this
shouldn't
problem.
even be making no terrorist threats, right?
Well, I would hope no one would make terrorist threats.
So, but if they make the terrorist threat, if they make the terrorist threat, we're just gonna excuse it based on their
It's
conditions.
not excusing it. All it's doing is leaving a little bit more discretion. It says they may do it. They still may refer them, but it allows the student. Let's use it. I'll just pick an example. Let's just say that you have a student that has Tourette's, and if they are repeatedly saying that, but they know that there's no intent, they're not going to harm, that is a condition of their disability. It gives them the, I guess, just the leeway to go, hey, they do this regularly. They are not a threat. We know that because we work with them day in and day out, versus, hey, this is not within the normal behavior of a child that meets this criteria, because they work with them all the time. The teachers are gonna know that, your administrators would know that as well, just based on having that student in their school. So it's not a free-for-all at all. I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for them to be able to use some discretion. That's it.
Okay, I guess, but my thing is, if they are actually making.
Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've heard the request to withdraw the floor amendment.
We'll do it.
Amendment has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Mr. Gentleman,
Mr. Speaker, I'd move for final passage.
that's questions final passage of HB 356. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 356 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 333 by Representative Faulkner with substitute relating to municipalities.
Representative Faulkner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is establishing an authority for us to have an indoor police firing range. The firing ranges in our urban areas are being overtaken by neighborhoods and shut down. And all this does is create the authority that allows us to have an indoor police firing range and for municipalities to join it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I'd move for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 or 1 nay. BR has been adopted.
If no further questions, I'd move for adoption of the sub, and I'll briefly explain the sub. I move for the sub. All the sub does is take away the mandatory elimination of taxes at the county and city level. So they would have to pass an ordinance or a resolution to get rid of those local taxes.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, speaking on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. Now, Mr. Faulkner, when you said they are taking over your firing range, who are you talking about? Who are taking over?
Neighborhoods.
Well, aren't they supposed to be firing ranges for the neighbors, for the hood?
No.
Now you don't want them going on the streets firing, do you? Not. You want them to go to a safe place for practice. Am I right?
This for police.
Oh, the police don't want people to practice.
No. The firing ranges are getting shut down.
I hear you.
Because
by whom?
Neighborhoods moving out and around where the firing ranges used to be out sort of in the country.
And the neighbors don't want no firing range in their neighborhood.
That's it.
Even though they migrated out there. The range was there before they moved out there. Right?
Correct.
So why don't you just invite them to come fire, to let them know that you got a neighborhood firing range, so you want to go in the streets and shoot anybody?
Well, they had the right to come shoot, but too many neighbors decided, and I think the price of that real estate.
Now, when you move your firing range to another a closed place, you think they're not going to find that and move into that area? Because, people want to get out of the cities. They want to go out into the rural area now.
This is for an indoor.
Yeah, but this is still, you're going to have people wanting to come visit their neighbors and go firing. That's a sports now. We're going to go to the firing range. We're going to shoot about 100 rounds each. And about 15 of your uninvited friends gonna show up because they heard you were gonna be shooting. But they thought you were gonna be shooting at something else. Not in the firing range, but outside of the firing range. So
Do you shoot?
Yeah.
Do you shoot on the a fire? Do you train at a fire? I mean, do you shoot on a firing range?
I shot a few doves every now and then, but I don't put on no earphones and go and shoot. I shoot at those things that be moving out there. I thought it was a deer, but it had 2 legs. So we don't want that kind of firing. But I hear what you're saying, and your sub, this bill is taking away the cost.
The sub does not remit the county and city taxes. The counties and the cities were saying they need to have the right, and they can remit the taxes on this facility, but they need to pass something. So I agreed to that amendment.
Okay, they're going to pass something locally.
They got to pass something locally to get rid of those taxes on this facility.
You know something? When you first came in with this bill, you kind of made me think that you was kind of don't want people to come to the firing range unless they invited by those in the blue.
Oh, no. I hope citizens will come to this indoor range, and I hope there'll be programs, but
now that's what
we have to be able to raise the money.
Okay.
This is just creating the authority to do it.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. All right. Well, it's kind of strange that man that go to court to fight against crime will be open the doors for people to shoot at each other.
Now
Thank you. I kind of enjoyed that, to be honest with you. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I kind of enjoyed that too because, see, I go to Mr. Petway's women's shooting range so that I can know how to shoot and shoot straight and be accurate. But if the community removes, they build houses around that shooting range where I've been going to, then I think whoever's the developer of their community need to pay for the indoor facility that we will be going to, rather than the city or the municipality trying to find the money. If a developer comes and purchase that land where I can't shoot at that little figure sliding across there and hit that little red hill anymore, then I think the developer ought to be responsible for giving us an indoor shooting range. But I enjoyed the previous conversation, and I just know that you're a fantastic orator, but sometimes you kind of slip on the explanation. You know, we're going to help you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative
Jackson
Moore.
helped you out a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay. Substitute has been adopted.
Representative Wadsworth.
Representative Faulkner.
All right. I'd move for final passage, Mr.
That's
Speaker.
question is final passage of HB 333 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote.
What are you doing?
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. HB 333 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, except for Representative Wadsworth.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, House Bill number 207 with substitute by Representative Shaw relating to the Office of Information Technology.
Chair reckon no.
Okay, yes, sir.
Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is HB 207. It has to do with the Office of Information Technology, which was created in 2013 as an advisory group. It was updated in 2017 to do more hands-on work in state government for information technology. Today, they act as pretty much the technology department for most of state government, with a few exceptions. This bill would update code to consolidate code, remove old references to old code in non-existent departments, and give more explicitly include cybersecurity, which they're already doing, but it puts it in law. Also, it would create a technology quality assurance board, which would act as a clearinghouse between the different departments to manage technology. And with that, I would ask to adopt the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a committee sub that has one change in it. It just adds an explicit exclusion for municipal utilities. That likely wasn't going to happen anyway, but they wanted a little clarity with that. So I would move for adoption of the sub.
Yeah, you heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have an amendment that I would like to propose.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 207 by Representative Shaw.
Representative Shaw, explain your amendment, please.
This amendment is a little more involved. It consolidates, or it brings express authority to do background checks into OIT, which they've been working with ALEA on that, and that was at their suggestion. It prevents disclosure of sensitive equipment that was also at the request of Aaliyah. And in general, it makes a lot of tweaks to make sure that some of the authority doesn't inadvertently extend to different departments that are not currently covered by OIT.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would move for final adoption.
Ask questions. Final passage is amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 207 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Good work. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 338 by Representative Moore P., relating to the Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensure.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 338 simply clarifies that a business that engages solely in key duplication is exempt from getting a locksmith license. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Now, y'all know me and Pringle don't roll like we used to, but you know when Pringle got to ask you what the hell is this, I'm just trying to figure this one out. How in, what?
You need some clarity.
Listen, what in the slim shiggity is this that, who got you carrying this bill?
Currently, there are machines in different facilities like Ace Hardware, Walmart, and all that make key duplications. There's been a miscommunication on who exactly needs to get a license as a locksmith, and all they're doing is making a duplicate key for like your house or something like that. And so there's been some miscommunication, and they are wanting to get some clarity in the language.
What is the miscommunication? Even me and Pringle don't agree on nothing no more. We used to be lock, stock, and barrel. Now, if he got to be standing here asking you what in the world this is, it is something wrong with this picture. I am trying to figure out, okay, who are you bringing this bill for?
So there is a group that's
Baby, what group?
the Alabama Electronic Security Board. They have a miscommunication in their definition, and they're wanting to clean up that definition language because they're under the assumption if all you do is simply duplicate a key, then you need to get a locksmith license. You're not going in the actual lock and changing anything. So there's no need for them to get a locksmith license, and this just clarifies that definition in the law to where someone that is strictly getting a duplicate key does not have to have a locksmith license in order to make a copy of that key.
I have to watch the speaker on my side out these days because I know he gonna keep that good eye on me. I want to break loose so bad, but I'm not gonna break loose. But listen, I'm trying to get this. So you're saying, seriously, I'm trying to understand it myself.
Okay, what do you not understand?
I don't understand nothing about this bill. I mean, you're
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
say
saying.
that people who do duplicate locks do not have to
People
have
that
a
work in this
certification?
profession,
Yeah.
people that work in this profession, they brought this attention to me and said there's an issue in the definition of who is required to get a locksmith license, and they are trying to tell people that simply have a machine in their business like Ace Hardware or any of these other local businesses that make a duplicate key for your house or any other entity, that they are required to obtain a locksmith license and go through the courses and all just to make a duplicate key, and they're not going in and picking locks and doing all that other kind of training
So
stuff.
you're trying to say that because they do not do all of the other things, for instance, changing the locks or rekeying a key for a lock after all of that,
that they should not have to be required just because they're making a duplicate key.
Correct.
They should not have to be required to go through the licensing process.
Correct.
So even if they work for instance, you mentioned ACE. ACE is a franchise. You have independent companies and contractors that fall under there. So
Any local entity, anybody. Sorry.
what's the licensing process? Because what I'm getting from this is that somebody somewhere over the rainbow that does this kind of work had an issue, some kind of way, and it required them to have a license. And they feel that because they do not do all of these other things, they should not be held to the same standard and practice and or procedure of going through a licensing process. I'm slow, but I'm sure. So I think that's what you're saying.
Correct. If you just simply put a key into a machine to make a duplicate copy for somebody, you do not need to go get a license.
Then why
to
have
do
they
that.
had a license standard for that?
They haven't. The groups are just coming together and saying that there's been an issue, and they're trying to clarify that definition
But if-
because someone is coming in and saying that, no, they need to because of the wording in the current language.
Then
This is
that's
just
what I
to clear
said.
up
It
the
must
language.
be, there must be a requirement if they want to change, modify, amend, or make an addendum therein. There must be something written somewhere that requires them to be included into that definition of those individuals that must have a license to do that particular, I guess, job or process keys.
Well, they're currently, from my understanding and in all the conversations we've had, there has not been any form of formal process for that. And so that's what I'm trying to do here is clarify in the language, because people had brought forth that saying that they need to have that license when it's never been in place. And this just clarifies that in the language.
I guess I'm just trying to get to who brought forth. You said it's not. Is it in the code now?
No. It was a local entity down in, I think, South Alabama somewhere that said that all these groups that are doing it, all these businesses that just make a duplicate key need a licensure, and there's nothing specified in their language that stipulates that they don't.
So, for
And
instance,
now they're
Walmart,
trying
but
to-
Walmart has, of course, a business, somebody there that makes keys, duplicate keys, as you intimated regarding the Ace Hardware.
Yeah. If
I
it's,
guess I would like to know what the licensing process is. For instance, I just had a bill trying to bring clarity to the code. Worked really in depth on it. There are some things that are not quite right with the cosmetology board in the state of Alabama. We got folks in Birmingham right now whose offices and licenses, businesses ain't had nobody to come and inspect since before COVID. Period. And then some witch comes in here and says that, oh, that it's all kind of whatever and whatever and whatever, and it's all a perfect and it's a lie. So at the end of the day, and it wasn't true, but I'm just trying to get the clarity because they don't do their, when you don't do your homework, and then you come in here want to be Superwoman and put on a cape because you want to process a bill out without doing your homework. So I'm just trying to understand this bill, but like I said, people come in here with all kind of crazy stuff, and hocus pocus and stirring in the witch's brew and all of that. So somebody, wherever you're speaking of, does not want anyone who doesn't have to have the license requirement, they don't want them to have it.
So Alabama, the locksmith licensing law has had a long-standing exception from licensure for those whose activities are limited to making a duplicate key of an existing key. However, the Alabama Electronic Security Licensing Board has recently interpreted that the exception narrowly has not been applying to those keys and that they are used in a majority of different products used today. And they're wanting to just clarify that definition and exempt those like everything, like for just making a copy of a key.
What is the licensing process now? How much does it cost to get a license and what's the requirement? I have 46 seconds.
I would have to look that up for you. I'm
So
not
you're
sure
bringing a
the-
bill
like-
and dealing with a licensing requirement and you don't know what the requirement is? I'm sorry, because I don't want you to say I hurt your bill. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that was a slip. Now that was a slip. Okay. I digress. I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of HB 338. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 338 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Bonnie.
gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Representative Lover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for suspension of the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is suspended.
Okay, this resolution is honoring 130 years of the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity at Auburn University. They're having a celebration on the 5th, and that way they can have the resolution in place before that time and move for adoption.
Heard the explanation of the resolution. Move for adoption. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Speaker. Members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore, Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, at this time, I'd like to bring attention to something that happened today in Elmore County as we remember and recognize those who protect us. One of our sheriff's deputies in Elmore County, a young man who I actually coached in youth sports, was shot today in the line of duty. He is not life-threatening. He is in the hospital now. He was responding to a domestic call, and unfortunately, things got out of hand, and he was shot. And so I'd like to have a moment of silence for him in prayer and for him and all those who protect us each and every day in Alabama. If you'll join me. Thank you, Body. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes Representative Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a point of personal privilege to acknowledge all of the people who were harmed, who lost their lives, lost their property in the from the 9 tornadoes that touched ground on this Saturday. As you know, in my district, in Plantersville, we lost 2 people. They lost their lives. And a major church in Plantersville was leveled. And there was tremendous property damage there. There was also, I understand that someone in Talladega County lost their life from a tornado. And we actually had an EF3 to come through Plantersville in Dallas County. And just to put that in perspective, 2 years ago, when we had the devastating tornado in Selma, it was an EF2. So this one was more powerful. It was just shorter and went a shorter distance, but it was more powerful than the one that we had in Selma. And so in Selma, we still haven't recovered. We're still trying to. That's one of the reasons why we lost so much of our population in that last 2-year period. So at this moment in time, I would like to recognize all of those folks that lost their lives, lost property, lost their places of worship. And let us take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. We're going to close. I'm going to ask Representative Gidley to come up. Some of you may or may not know, Representative Oliver had to be carried to the hospital this afternoon. Certainly our prayers are with him. I understand his vitals are good. They really don't know what's going on at this moment. And then a former member of ours, Alan Harper, is in bad condition. And a lot of us that serve with Alan, he's one of the finest men I've ever known. And so with that, Representative Gidley, if you would, let's pray for them and pray for the people that's been in the storms this weekend, the fatalities and the damage it's caused across the state.
Man, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you join me? Heavenly Father, we first of all give thanks to you for who you are and your greatness and your power. God, we truly lift up those that have lost property and even lives in our state this past few days, and we ask you to surround them, be with them, cover them, comfort them, and strengthen them and help them. Father, we lift up these two special needs before you, God, this evening, Lord. As we close this session, we lift up before you our Representative Ed Oliver. We bring him into your presence. We ask you to touch him, Father. We ask you to bring healing into his body and life into his body, and we thank you for that. And Father, we lift up Alan Harper and his family tonight, God. We ask you to surround them with your presence, cover them with your blood, and give them grace and strength. And let your glory, your power, and your might come into those rooms, God. Let your presence be more real in this moment, God, than it's ever been before. And may the strength of the Holy Spirit be there with these families, ministering health and life and strength and healing and showing your glory and your power mighty and strong. We stand together, God, with these needs today. We lift them in your presence, God, and the Word of God says, whether 2 or 3 agree as touching anything, it will be done. We agree for your presence. We agree for your power. We agree for you to enter in these situations and work miraculously for the glory of your kingdom. And we give you all the honor, the glory, and the praise. We ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Ladies and gentlemen, having agreed to meet at 8:30 tomorrow morning, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.